Okay, there we go. Hello, this is Diane Thomas. Can everyone hear me okay?
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Michael.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioner. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my video is going in and out, and I guess it hasn't started, but it should pick up momentarily.
Good. Hi, Todd.
Hello, folks.
Welcome.
Videos. Oh, there it is. There it is. I got it now.
Yes. at least acknowledge that where we are. And it's on, so everybody can hear us out in the. Okay, just want to make sure that everybody out there can hear us. We have one commissioner who's trying to log in, but I do want to thank all the other commissioners for being able to attend virtually, and apologize for the last meeting not being able to take place, and thank all the citizens who have logged on. I think we have somewhere around at least 80. So tonight's going to be a unique experience. I hope we're all patient. And with that said, we'll give it just a few more minutes to let our last commissioner log in, and then we'll bring the meeting to order. Great. Looks like all our commissioners are present. So we'll get started. We'll bring the meeting to order, and we will have a roll call.
Vice Chair Benton,
Here.
Commissioner Brooks, Commissioner Hart,
Here.
Commissioner Haynes,
Here.
Commissioner Hodge,
Here.
Commissioner Latour,
Here.
Commissioner McDonald,
Present.
Commissioner Thomas,
Here.
Commissioner Vickers,
Present.
and Chair Vogel.
Here.
And go back to Commissioner Brooks. You have a quorum with one open position.
Thank you. May we have a motion to approve the minutes of the last Planning Commission meeting?
I move that we approve the minutes of the last commission meeting.
Second.
This Commissioner Thomas, I second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote?
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks, Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may for a second, I just want to remind the commissioners that when taking a roll call vote on WebEx, please turn your video on. It doesn't have to be on through the presentations, but at least when the vote is cast, please have your video on.
Thank you. We just had a couple people enter. Do we need to address the public first in the room before we address what is about to happen with the reading of the agenda? Do they have green cards, is my question.
Since all this was virtually, chair. There was no green cards put out. We will get staff to go over there and ask them and get something to fill the cards out and hand them to you for any items they wish to speak.
Thank you. I think that'd be great. With that said, we are going to have a unique reading. And Mr. Collins, would you like to discuss how this is about to happen? Or Mr. Moore, would you want to take the lead and kind of explain what we're about to do, since this is the first time we're doing this this way?
Correct. I believe Mr. Collins will need to give some instructions to the to the people who are participating, and then I'll give a few instructions about the consent agenda.
Okay.
Yes, everybody that is online through the WebEx, how we are bringing people in and letting them speak is the raising of the hand feature in the WebEx. So at the bottom of your screen, it depends on what you're using, whether it's a desktop or an iPhone, there should be 3 buttons at the bottom for mobile. On the iPhones and stuff, at the top, it's your ID or your name. And we will be asking, if you're speaking for or against items, to please raise your hands. That virtually, that allows us to mute and unmute those individuals so that they can speak, and we'll go through the list accordingly. If you are calling in, and I did notice we did have some callers, how you do that on a phone is you hit *3. So *3 will raise the hand virtually, and then *3 again will lower the hand virtually.
Unique situation we're in. So Mr. Moore is going to read the consent withdrawal and the consent deferral, and then we will start the reading of the consent approved. And if any members online want to speak about each one of any one of these items, you can raise the feature that Mr. Collins spoke of, and we will acknowledge that, and then we'll move that consent approval item to the regular agenda, and it will go to the back of the line. But Mr. Moore is going to read each consent approval item individually, and then we will ask the general public if there are any raised hands that would like to be raised. If none are, then we will proceed to the next item until we get done with the consent approved agenda. And then we will take a motion on that agenda, and then we will proceed to the regular agenda. So it may take a little bit longer than usual to read through each one of these items and ask, but we'll get through it. So we'll get started.
Also, when we get to the consent approval items, only raise your hand if you are here that you want to speak in opposition. If you're an applicant or you're here in favor of an item, do not raise your hand. So with all that being said, following is the consent agenda for the Little Rock Planning Commission, February 10th, 2022. There is one item on consent withdrawal, item 10, file number Z9647, the New Life POME Living LLC Group Home Special Use Permit, 7 Stonecrest Circle. After review of the application and ordinance criteria, staff has determined that the proposed use is a permitted use as per section 3654 of the city zoning ordinance and is exempt from any requirement to obtain a special use permit. Therefore, staff recommends this application be withdrawn. There are 4 items on consent deferral. Item D, Z8259A, Baseline Road Shopping Center, PCD, southwest corner of Baseline Road and Rec Road. The applicant submitted a letter to staff on January 18th requesting the application be deferred to the May 12th agenda. Staff supports that request. Item G, Z7965A, Hayes Properties Enterprises, PCD, 1417 South Park Street. The applicant submitted a letter to staff on January 19th requesting this application be deferred to the May 12th agenda. Staff supports that request. Item 1, G23482, Alley Right-of-Way Abandonment, Block 16 and 17, Gibraltar Heights Edition. This would be the 700 and 800 blocks of Atkins Streets. The applicant submitted a letter to staff on January 19th requesting this application be deferred to the April 14th agenda. Staff supports that request. And item 18, Z2333D, Ellis Short-Term Rental PDC, 900 West 15th Street. The applicant failed to respond to staff's request for additional information regarding this proposal, which includes a revised site plan. Staff made several attempts to contact the applicant with no response. Therefore, staff recommends this application be deferred to the March 10th Planning Commission agenda. Next are the items on consent approval. Item 2, file number Z9646, Berry Hill Bed and Breakfast, Special Use Permit, 38 Point West Circle. Staff recommends approval of the requested SUP to allow a bed and breakfast at 38 Point West Circle, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Is there anyone in the chat feature online that would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 2? Has anyone raised their hand? Okay. Seeing none, we will proceed to reading the next item.
Next item is item number 3, Z8066A, Little Maumelle Water Reclamation Facility, revised CUP, approximately 1 mile north of the Cantrell Road Divide Parkway intersection. Staff recommends approval of the CUP revision to allow removal of one specific condition noted as item E in resolution number 12369, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
After the reading of the item, has anyone in the virtual chat participation area want to raise their hand in opposition of item 3? Seeing none, we'll move to the next item.
Item number 4, Z9648, Eagle Point Church Conditional Use Permit, southwest corner of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested CUP to allow for the development of a church at the southwest corner of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
If anybody in the attendees section would like to raise their hand in opposition to this item, please do so now. If there are none, then we will move to the next one. Okay. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to item 5.
Item number 5, Z5097L, Chenal Valley Commercial, Lot 1R, PCD, southeast corner of Highway 10 and Chenal Parkway. Staff recommends approval of the requested PCD zoning to allow for a 2-lot commercial development, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Would anybody in the attendees section like to raise their hand in opposition to item 5? Seeing no one raise their hands, we'll move to item 6.
Item number 6, Z8978A, Lucy Self-Storage, revised long form PDC, 10616 Stagecoach Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested revised PDC to allow an addition to an existing self-storage unit development, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
If any attendee would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 6, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 7.
Item number 7, Z9480B, Integrated Site Solutions, revised POD, 218 North McKinley Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested revised POD zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report. Staff also recommends that the building addition have no exterior lighting.
Any attendee who would like to raise their hand against item 7, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 8.
Item number 8, Z9643, Williams PDR, 4105 A Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDR zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
If anybody in the attendees section would like to raise their hand against item 8, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 9.
Item 9, S1885A, Chenal Valley Tract 9 revised preliminary plat, west of the Chenal Parkway and Rawling Road intersection. Staff recommends approval of the proposed revised preliminary plat and associated variances, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
At this time, any attendees who would like to raise their hand in opposition to item number 9, please do so now. We do have one person who has raised their hand in opposition to this item. So with that being said, we'll move item 9 to the regular agenda. The person who raised their hand for item 9, can you please lower your hand at this time so we will not keep thinking there is a raised hand for another item? Thank y'all. We're going to move to item 11 now that 9 is on the regular agenda.
Item number 11, Z9649, Fry Bed and Breakfast, special use permit, 400 North Palm Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested SUP to allow bed and breakfast at 400 North Palm Street, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
At this time, any attendee who would like to raise their hand against item 11, please do so now. Seeing none at this time, we will move on to item 12.
Item 12, Z9634A, Greenwich Properties, LLC duplex, conditional use permit, 3717 West Capitol Avenue. Staff recommends approval of the requested CUP, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
At this time, any attendee who would like to raise their hand in opposition to item number 12, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move on to item 13.
Item 13, Z9653, MEO LLC accessory dwelling, conditional use permit, 228 Vernon Avenue. Staff recommends approval of the requested CUP to allow accessory dwelling at 228 Vernon Avenue, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis in the agenda staff report.
At this time, if any attendee would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 13, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 14.
Item 14, Z9657, Davis Duplexes, conditional use permit, 3110 West 16th Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested CUP, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis in the agenda staff report.
If any of the attendees would like to raise their hand in opposition for item 14, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 15.
Item 15, Z 5936Q, rezoning from R3 to R2, northwest of the northwestern corner of Chenal Parkway and Rawling Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested R2 rezoning.
At this time, would any attendee like to raise their hand in opposition to item 15? Seeing none, we'll move to item 16.
Item 16, LU 2022-1501, land use plan amendment in the Geyer Springs West District from light industrial to commercial, northwest corner of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's request to amend the land use designation at the subject site from light industrial to commercial.
At this time, if any attendee would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 16, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to 16.1.
16.1, Z 9655, rezoning from R2 to C3 and OS, northwest corner of Mapleville Pike and Sibley Hole Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested C3 and OS rezoning.
At this time, if anyone would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 16.1, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 17.
Item 17, Z3218A, 10th and McMath, short form PCD revocation, southeast corner of East 10th Street and McMath Avenue. Staff recommends approval of the requested PCD revocation.
At this time, if anyone would like to raise their hand in opposition of item 17, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 19.
Item 19, Z4470N, Wellington Hills Storage, PDC, 100 block of Wellington Hills Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDC zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
At this time, if any attendee would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 19, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 20.
Item 20, Z9654, Burke Short-Term Rental, PDC, 2812 West 7th Street. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDC zoning to allow short-term rentals subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraph E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
At this time, would any attendee like to raise their hand in opposition to item 20? If so, please do so now. Seeing none, we'll move to item 21.
Item 21, Z9656, Midtown Premium Properties LLC, PRD, 3501 Kavanaugh Boulevard. Staff recommends approval of the requested PRD zoning, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis in the agenda staff report.
At this time, if any participant or attendee would like to raise their hand in opposition to item 21, please do so now. We have a raised hand in opposition to this item. We will move it to the regular agenda. And as stated earlier, the person who raised their hand, can you please lower it so that we will not include, they're down, thank you. All right, our item 22.
Item 22 is the final item on the consent agenda. Z9662 Club Empire Private Club and Event Center, PDC, 3315 West Roosevelt Road. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDC zoning as filed.
At this time, any attendee who would like to raise their hand in opposition to the item 22, please do so at this time. Seeing none, we have heard the reading of the consent approval items for the Planning Commission meeting. We have heard the reading of the consent approval items for the meeting. We would like to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda approval items and move.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I move that we
Go ahead.
approve the consent agenda, including all staff comments and conditions.
I second.
Thank you. May we take a roll call vote?
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks, Commissioner Brooks, you're muted, I believe.
Mr. Brooks, we cannot hear you, but if you'll give us maybe a thumbs up if you're for it. Thank you, sir. We'll count that.
Count that as a yes vote. Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes.
Consent agenda passes unanimously.
Thank you. We will now move on to the regular agenda. Staff, thank you very much for that. I think that went rather smoothly. We would like to call the applicant for item A to the virtual podium
Staff presentation.
after the staff presentation.
The first item on the regular agenda is item A, file number Z 5817K, Cantrell West Retail Center, PCD, located at 15122 Cantrell Road. The applicant proposes to rezone the 3.803 acre property located at 15122 Cantrell Road from PDO Planned District Office and R2 Single Family District to PCD Planned Commercial District. The property is located at the northeast corner of Cantrell Road and Rummel Road. The rezoning request is to allow a one-lot development to include a restaurant building and a 20,012 square foot shopping center structure. This item's been on your agenda since, I believe, May of last year, so I think everyone is familiar with it, so I'll just go to the latest staff update. The applicant submitted a revised site plan and proposed use list to staff on December 9th, 2021. The revised site plan increases the size of the proposed restaurant building within the east portion of the site from 3,600 square feet to 5,200 square feet. The revised site plan eliminates the drive-through for the proposed restaurant building. Parking's been added on all sides of the restaurant building where the drive-through lanes previously existed. It appears that all other aspects of the proposed site plan remain unchanged. The applicant also updated the proposed use list for the project, and the use list was provided within the agenda as shown as attachment A. Staff continues to be non-supportive of the requested PCD zoning with revisions. Staff continues to believe that the proposed development is too intense for this site.
So with that staff reading, what we're going to do now for the regular agenda is going to be a little bit like the consent agenda. We're going to ask everyone who is an attendee who wishes to speak for, that is for, item A to please raise your hand now. We have a list, and we will keep track of who raises their hand for this item. Here in just a moment, if you are against this item, you will have a chance to raise your hand, but please do not raise it yet. If you are for item A, please raise your hand now. We have 2 hands raised. Can y'all please lower your hands now so that we may, the people for? Y'all don't have a, okay. Okay, but y'all know who they are. Okay, great, thank you. So now what we're going to ask is that anyone who wants to speak against. You did.
Raise their hand, they go over to a side item, and we can actually unmute them to let them speak. So when they say 4, they're gonna move over. We're gonna unmute them and go through them, and then move them back, and then they'll move back over, and then we'll do the against. So they need to speak. When they lower their hand, they go to a big pool that we can't hardly find.
Learning on the fly here, so let me see if I got my cliff notes right. Please continue to raise your hand if you are for this item. Now we are going to ask if there are any attendees who would like to speak against item A. That is, right now we're asking any attendee to raise their hand who would like to speak against item A. We know that this item, as it was requested early in the agenda, has a lot of people who are raising their hand against. That said, what we are doing, or what, not me, staff is doing, is through the technology, they're moving them into a separate area so that we can track who wants to speak for and against item A. Does the applicant need a chance to say anything at this time?
The applicant would be the 4.
Right?
And we've already, right now, everybody that's against is up on the panel. That's what you just asked for. So we either need to hear the against first, and then the 4, or we need to go back and tell them to lower their hands and get the 4 people back up.
That was my misunderstanding. So traditionally what happens, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Collins, is in person, the applicant would be given the chance to defer their time to the opposition.
That's right. And we can bring them up. We'll bring them up and ask them.
I think it would be appropriate in subsequent items as well to do the same way, where we ask the applicant first if they would like to defer their time to the opposing people who have raised their hands.
Yes,
So
sir. We'll pull the applicant up here in a second.
we're learning on the fly here, but at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to ask the applicant of the item A if they would like to defer their time to allow the opposition to item A to speak first.
The applicant, the one we got pulled up is Mr. Jess Griffin, if he should be able to speak.
Mr. Griffin, can you hear us and tell us your answer to the question of would you like to defer your time to the opposition?
Yes, we'd like to defer.
Thank you. As Mr. Moore noted when reading the staff report, this item has been before the commission, so we're going to limit the opposition and the applicant to 10 minutes to speak for and against the item. So all those hands that are raised right now want to speak against item A. And there's 10 minutes. It's going to take a little bit of time to get people unmuted, muted, changed, unmuted, muted. So if there is a lead representative of a group of more than one who would like to start speaking on behalf of item A, I would suggest communicating through the chat feature to acknowledge.
The chat's turned off.
Chat is turned off. Apologize for getting ahead of myself there. Do I have a
So,
list
I would-
of the people who are opposed?
Yes, Chair, if you would, we're just going to start at the top of the list and go down. And if my suggestion is if they wanted to defer their speaking time to someone else, they could do so when we unmute them.
So y'all will unmute them and I will ask them if they would like to speak or defer their time to another.
Yes, sir. The first one we have is Jimmy Brown.
Thank you. I will attempt to be brief because I've emailed each of you multiple times. The one thing I will say is that there has been directive from the board of directors in August of 2020, as well as from you guys in November. And again, my wife, May Brown, spoke to you guys in November to work with the work with the neighbors to try to come to a solution that would work. What is currently on the table, as staff pointed out, is more than 25,000 square feet of building, plus another 4,000 of outdoor storage. It was supposed to be a low intensity step down node. As I think I may have shared on my emails, there is public record going back to at least 2008 of when there was a number of developers that had bought the properties from the Taylor Loop node going west, and the people, many of whom are here, saying, hey, you know what, we're worried about zone creep, and being told to not stress about that because there would always be a buffer. I just want to point out that this property, if it goes away, there is no buffer anymore. There's no step down. There is no transition because the next thing over is a little corner that's owned by the highway department and then my yard. So I would just ask that, you keep that in mind. I'm going to actually defer to Mr. Gray Williams because I know he and Don Pacifica and Dick Stoker have had a lot of share with you. But the biggest thing I want to say is this is supposed to be a step down node. We've tried to work with the developer. I appreciate that he wants to maximize his investment, but it needs to be done within the zoning, the land use, and the code requirements in a way that is not detrimental to the local. So with that, I would yield my time to Mr. Gray Williams.
Thank you. I clocked that in very efficiently at around 1.5 minutes. So we will move to the person that they deferred their time to.
Chair, we're just going down the list. They're all equal, just like if they turned in
Okay.
the deal. So
We will not have any order other than the list.
we have Miss, I believe, May Brown.
Would you
Yes.
like to speak against?
Yes, I would. I'll actually defer my time to the neighborhood, but thank you for your continued time on this matter.
At this time, we'll move to the next person on the list.
Gray
Somebody-
Williams.
Yeah,
Ray
somebody
Williams.
just unmuted me, so I'm assuming that's me. Thank you, commissioners. This is Gray Williams. As Jimmy stated, Dick Stoker, Don Pacifica, and I have had a number of meetings with the developer and his team and a number of meetings internal to the neighbors. I did email all of you or tried to an attachment before the previous meeting and then followed that up yesterday with the same basic email. There's an attachment on there that talks about traffic. We have, a number of points of opposition that I'll allow Don and Dick to elaborate on. Two of the main ones are zoning change and land use plan, but I want to talk just real briefly about the traffic. They did a traffic study, but if you read through the document that I sent, which there's not enough time to go through, there are a number of discrepancies between good practice and what they have provided. We've been asking questions, and the last one I'm going to just elaborate on a little bit more detail is sight distance. If you look at the traffic study itself, what you'll see is that the sight distance was actually only measured from one of the proposed 2 driveway locations. We would like to see only one. The developer is asking for 2, but the sight distance in the study they provided is only measured from one of those driveway locations. The other problem with their traffic report is that when they did the sight distance measurements, they reversed the directions. So they're looking at the right turn sight distance with the left turn towards the left turn, and looking at the left turn sight distance in the right turn direction. So they're not even measured properly. And those also do not account for the elevation changes around this intersection. And and they also don't account for nearby driveways, which again is just not good practice. So I will leave it at that. We have a very consistent, story in the neighbors. We're very sorry that we have not been able to yet come up with something that everyone can endorse, but unfortunately all the neighbors are fairly unanimous in our opposition of this, and we appreciate your continued support and the support of the staff in opposing this. Thank you very much.
I show we have about 6 minutes remaining for opposition comment. So we will move on to the next person on the list. And if you would like to defer your time, please let us know and we'll move on. If not,
Stoker.
Richard Stoker.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Just briefly, as Gray mentioned, he and I and Don Pacifica have been working for over a year now to try to come up with a list that we can get good support from the local neighbors, and we have not been able to do that. Some of the things that Gray mentioned, proposed business uses don't follow the land use plan. One thing he did not mention was everyone is opposed to the connection to Rummel Road. And we understand that this is being required by the Little Rock Fire Department. But one of the things that has been stated is that if this is approved, that there would be an gated emergency access driveway that connects to Rummel. What we don't see any applications, any statement that says that will normally be closed and locked. We do know there's a Knox box. If they need to get into it for emergency purposes, they can do that. But it's our understanding that that gate would normally be closed and locked unless in case of emergency. And I don't see that statement anywhere in the application. I believe that Gray has covered a number of other things, so I will yield the rest of my time, but I do urge you to deny this application.
Thank you. Guess we'll move to the next.
Yeah, it's for my
hand.
Brian Anderson.
Brian Anderson.
Thank you. No, I'm sorry. I was referring to the wrong item.
You're on the wrong item. Okay. Next, then.
Don Pacifica.
This is Dawn Pacifica. Thank you, commissioners, for listening to us today. I am one of the 3 that have been mentioned that have been meeting with Mr. Reese and his other partners to discuss the opportunity that he had in front of him. I will tell you that I also will say the high intensity in the land development plan is not what this property is used for, and that's against what we are supporting. One other thing I do want to say is the areas that Mr. Reese has said he would be bringing into this property are things that are all within 1 to 2 mile radius of what is already existing. So it's not as if we need these things that he continues to want to put in this property. And the other thing I want to make note of is it's been told that it will not increase traffic. It will catch traffic. And that's the biggest concern I have, is the catchment of traffic because of the congestion in that area. So I ask you to deny this, development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next,
Is that your friend?
Ariana, I believe it's MDed.
Yep, MDOT, yep. I defer my time. I agree with the comments that have been made about opposition so far.
and would you like to defer your time? Okay.
Yes, I would.
Thank you. We'll move to the next hand that is raised.
Diana Thomas, that's Commissioner?
Commissioner Thomas, do you have a question at this time?
No, I was trying to get access back to my audio and video. It had frozen, but I think I'm back now.
Yes, you are. Okay.
you.
Thank you. We have a Bart McKnight in opposition to item A.
He just left.
He has left.
That's it.
At this time, all the opposition who raised their hand and wanted to speak have had a moment to speak. I appreciate the brevity. We will now allow the applicant 10 minutes to speak on behalf of their application, item A. I think Jess Griffin is going to be the spokesperson for the applicant.
This is John Reese.
Okay,
I'm the
Mr.
applicant.
Reese.
Jess is my engineer, so I'm going to speak first. And appreciate y'all's time today. Yeah, we're trying to develop a shopping center there. Rimmel Road, we feel like is the break point there, and that's what was told to us by Mr. Collins when we first met with him many months ago. And so we're just trying to follow that guideline to go to Rimmel Road. That's the break point. We've also been told by many of the people that spoke today, typically Jimmy Brown and others, that they're concerned about Rimmel Road. We told them that we did not have any plans, if they would agree with this, with our concept, that we would close that off and not have access to Rimmel Road. And Mr. Brown indicated, he said, well, if you get that through, if you do that, then I'm in support of your development. Of course, it's changed. His view has changed, like many of the others that we have spoken to over the last year. Don, Dick, and Gray, and I, and several, Jess and Chris Stewart, have met with the neighborhood, and the neighborhood has been represented by them over the last 12 months. And we've made a lot of concessions. Basically, we've made, the developer, me, the applicant, has made 95% of all the concessions to get this thing through. I do appreciate them meeting with us, their comments, and they have helped us to determine what we need to do to try to get their approval. That's the reason we've been meeting with them. And the list that you'll see on page 12 and 13 was developed by Mr. Williams, Don, and Dick. Those were the uses and conditional uses that they said they could support. And we had 3 restaurants initially. We've gone down to 1. It doesn't even have a drive-through. They said they didn't want a drive-through, so we took that off. They said they didn't want 3 restaurants, and they said it was too intense. So we took that off. Also, the city was in support, by the way. I just want to mention the city is not in support of this. It seems very odd that they're not in support. They're saying things that they didn't say at first. They said that we had their acceptance. They said that we had their approval to go forward, and they liked it. They didn't say it was too dense. They said it was just fine. And now we've gone from 3 restaurants to basically 1. It's a sit-down restaurant. We've got 25,000 square feet on nearly a 3.8 acre tract of land. That is not too dense. We have 175 parking spaces. We only need 110. If you've got a property that's too dense, you would have not enough parking. We have almost twice as much parking. So to say that something is too dense, they don't really know what that is just not, that's not true. And it's really aggravating to say that it's too dense. So I have a property on Bowman Road that's got 100,000 square feet for a site. It's got 40,000 square feet. It's been in operation for 20 years. It's not too dense. It works. This has got plenty of space. If you look at the development, it's got a lot of room. It's got a lot of landscaping. It's got a lot of parking. And we also have a buffer on the west side, which Mr. Brown said we didn't have a buffer over there. We do have a good sized buffer over there. So some of these things, I don't understand why. You just need to look at what we have, and you'll see that what we've tried to do is the things that the city and the neighborhood want to make it a very fine development, not just for us, but for the neighborhood. That's why we've been meeting with them for 12 months, trying to bend over backwards to try to help them, try to make it where they'll say yes. And they have said yes on these uses. I'm gonna let Ernie, Ernie Peters, my traffic engineer, talk about the traffic and a few other things. Thank you for your time.
I have about 6 minutes left, so just want to let the applicant know about 6 minutes left. Mr. Peters, I think you are next.
Yes, thank you. I'm Ernie Peters of Peters and Associates Engineers. We've studied John's several iterations for this site, including the most recent one, and he's described what that is. I'd just like to point out, in terms of the density of development on this tract, a few facts relative to the traffic that would be generated for the uses that are proposed. With the 3 restaurants that were previously or initially proposed for this site, compared to the density of development, the traffic that would be generated by those now, in terms of 24-hour trips, the site now would generate 30% fewer trips than what had previously been proposed. In terms of AM peak hour, there's a 72% reduction in vehicle trips compared to the previous development. And for the noon hour, a 58% reduction. And for the PM peak hour, a 68% reduction. So clearly, in terms of traffic, there has been a reduction in intensity of use on this site. And I don't quite understand the conclusion that the city's made relative to it being in opposition because of density. And speaking to the access points, there are 2 proposed. Originally, there were 3 driveways proposed for the 3 previous restaurant sites. With the 2 driveways, there are certainly clear benefits associated with this operation. It provides improved operation because all of the left turns and right turns in and out of the site do not have to congest and occur at one location. The volumes can be spread out and allow left turns and right turns at both locations simultaneously. It also, by the placement of these driveways relative to the land uses that each driveway would access, there's one that is located primarily for the strip retail, the 20,000 square foot area, and vehicles entering and exiting can access those areas and parking areas that would serve that retail more directly. The other drive is located closer to the eastern end where the restaurant is. And again, it can eliminate any conflicts between vehicles that want to access one end of the site versus the other. So we believe that's important. Also, for fire and emergency vehicle use, 2 driveways are certainly preferred by them and make a lot of sense. I heard opposition speak to the site distance. There's existing 3 driveways along this frontage of this site. Those were permitted by the Highway Department. They're not intended to be used for this development, but rather 2 new well-designed driveways would be constructed. The Highway Department saw fit from a site distance and access standpoint to permit those those three existing driveways. These two provide similar, if not better, site distance in both the east and the west directions. This section of Highway 10 is flat. There's not any significant change in elevation, as Mr. Gray had pointed to. It's fairly flat, and the elevation change, if any, is not sufficient to prohibit proper access. So I believe that this site is well designed. There's a lot of good features of it, and I think it should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you. I show the applicant has 1.5 minutes left of their 10 minutes. So just wanted to note that.
You want to say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Chris Stewart. I am Mr. Reese's, the applicant's attorney. Commissioners, I appreciate your time today. I just wanted to say something quickly about the uses. If you look on page 12 and 13 of your packet, we have staff update. Under staff update, it notices a revised PCD application as follows. Those uses 1, 2, and 3 under those paragraphs, those uses have been vetted and agreed to between myself, and we've worked closely with Gray Williams and Don and Dick over the last several months. They've really helped us whittle down what uses would be acceptable there, what type of uses that the neighborhood would not want. We went through so many copies of what the zoning is, what can be there, what couldn't be there. We've crossed things out, and so what you see there on those pages is us coming back to the neighborhood and saying, listening to you and working with you for the past year, you know, we're not going to have these things. We're going to prohibit certain hours, prohibit certain types of businesses and other office space uses that are there. So those have been agreed to. This isn't just something that we sent to the city and put in this application. This is from the hard work of all of us, and we really appreciate their time and put into this. And we've really tried to find something that everyone could live with. And I believe for what you've heard from the last time we were before you and to this time, it has really come down to what I believe the sole issue is the driveways.
Okay, thank you, sir. The applicants had 10 minutes. The opposition had 10 minutes. They did not use all 10 minutes. It's at the chair's discretion to allow rebuttals. At this time and in this environment with this passionate of a group about this development, I do not think we'll be allowing rebuttals. So at this time, my recommendation is there a motion to be made on this item?
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would it be appropriate before motions to ask staff a question?
Always. So I meant to say that if any commissioners had any questions, please, this is the moment that we have a chance to ask the staff or the applicant or opposition.
I do have a couple of questions for staff. The recommendation that the proposed development is too intense for this area, is that premised on traffic, proximity to the Browns resident, size of the proposed restaurant, A and B, A and C, all of the above? What is that recommendation premised on from staff? In a nutshell.
Well, just real simply, it has to do with the proposed use and the type of use. This property is designated as suburban office on the city's future land use plan. And what is being proposed is a very heavy, in our opinion, pretty dense commercial development. And so that's basically what our view is of it.
And so the density question, because that's my primary, I think that's what we're really down to, because the applicant spoke about the density in terms of the parking spaces, the reduction from 3 restaurants to 1 restaurant, And then there seems to be some question about the traffic study, and the applicant has at least represented that the new proposal reduces density and traffic concerns by 78%, 58%, 68% throughout portions of the day. Do those density issues and traffic patterns, are they consistent with the light office commercial use? Because there would be some traffic related to that original land use. Is my question clear?
Commissioner Hodge,
Yes.
yes, your question is clear. Typically, when a traffic engineer does a study, there are standard trips per day that is established for each specific type of use, like a restaurant on a square footage basis, peak time of days. So it is dependent upon their specific use mix, square footage of buildings, for that type. And it is just a study, and it not necessarily every development that comes in, it may be less traffic than what is proposed, because it is anticipated, it's a study, and it could have more traffic than what a study presents. We see more of that change, more aligned with a school type of aspect, on how many is going to be driving to school, drop their children off. It doesn't vary that much, but it does vary a little bit on other types of uses, commercial. That also may be more of a question that could be addressed as far as from a design aspect, a study aspect, to an actual in place or measured count of traffic once the development is done, directed to the traffic consultant of the applicant. But the density that we're talking about is the use density, not the traffic density.
Okay. So so if I could rephrase, the number of people who would visit this site if it was the restaurant that the applicant proposed based on, compared to the office space that this property was originally zoned for, what is that differential? Do we know?
We do not know that differential. That would be something that the consultant would have to look at. Typically, it depends on the size of the office development. They'll have different peak times, the different type of restaurant, whether it is a fast food restaurant chain, sit-down restaurant chain, whether it's a multi-story office building. Typically, office buildings have a peak time of the same in the morning and the afternoon. People going to work, people going back home. Where a restaurant, if they don't serve breakfast, they might have a lunchtime peak or a more afternoon time peak. That would be more after that 5 o'clock time frame in general. So even looking at different types of uses and when the traffic is generated, it would be a little bit different and how it looks on Highway 10 at the time when Highway 10 is at its peak. And that's when that study is to be done for the use. And Mr. Peters may have an idea or a preliminary study that he looked at when they originally looked at the deal, comparison of what an office generation was as opposed to what is proposed to be generated. But I do not have that specific number. We can ask Mr. Peters if he does have that number real quick for you, if you just hold on a second.
Would you like to ask the applicant, Commissioner Hodge, that question?
I can. Do I need to restate it, or does Mr. Reese remember my question?
I think Mr. Peters would be answering the question, but it's rather complex. I think they're unmuted, so applicant.
Yeah, Commissioner Hodge, thank you for the question. I think it's a good one. As Mr. Collins has indicated, the differential will depend on the intensity of that office and perhaps combination with commercial use. Certainly office is allowed to be multi-story. It could be a 3 or 4-story office building, which would indicate that, say as an example, if we had a 20,000 square foot footprint as we have for the retail space, that could be a 3 or 4-story office building, which would mean 60 or 80,000 square feet of office use. I don't know, because we haven't looked at that prospect of development, but should a scenario like that develop on this particular tract, it may or may not support that level of square footage from a parking standpoint. So that would be a factor to consider, but certainly 60 to 80,000 square feet would generate much more traffic during the AM peak hour. Typically retail uses, as has been indicated for this 20,000 square foot area, a lot of the retail isn't even open during the AM, so it's not generating during that peak period. But office development does generate significant volume during both the AM and the peak period. And then with people going out to lunch somewhere, it could be during the noon hour too.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. I think the question, I hope Commissioner Hodge has been answered. It's very subjective based upon a lot of variables, but there should be some basic common sense that happens based upon what the use is. And I think that's what staff tries to, bring together with their comments. And, it's definitely a complex question that you ask, and there are variables that will certainly affect many, many aspects of it. So at this time, Commissioner Hodge, do you feel confident in your question being answered?
I was still listening to the answer
Okay.
when it was interrupted, so my answer would have to be no, I don't feel confident.
Okay. Then,
answered
Mr. Peters,
because
would you please continue for Commissioner Hodge?
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to amplify that some. I believe that should this 3.8 acre site develop as office use, that the total traffic volume generated would be greater than the combination of uses for the single restaurant and the 20,000 square feet, simply because a lot higher value of square footage of the office use could be developed on this property. So it could be a considerably higher volume of traffic, particularly during the AM and the PM peak hours, if it were developed as office.
Thank you, I appreciate it. I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, Commissioner Bogle, can I chime in with a question and a comment?
Please.
Mainly just a comment. This is I think the thing that the city has been grappling with on Highway 10 for the last 20 years. This is a similar type scenario, and it is that you have property that is zoned or on the land use plan to be quiet office, or even I think it was maybe R2. And we're just not seeing Cantrell develop that way. And so what we've done, I think as a city, not just staff and certainly not just this commission, but when we've seen a commercial development that we like, for whatever reason, we say, okay, we'll switch over to planned commercial development and we'll allow retail. So you got Burger King and you got Wendy's and you got Taziki's all up and down Highway 10, and that's great. And then when you come across one that you think, well, maybe that's not a great fit, then you fall back to the old, oh, well, it's not zoned for commercial, right? And so I'm going to support this for a couple of reasons, and I'm not trying to convince any of the other commissioners to support it. I can see why you would be opposed to it, and certainly I know the neighborhood is opposed to it. based on my experience as a developer, I don't believe that 25,000 square feet of commercial space on a 3.8 acre site is too intense. And if you had an office development, Mr. Peters referenced maybe a multi-story, you could only build out so many square feet before you would run into parking problems, right? I think that we're at 4 per 1,000. Okay, so for a 60,000 square foot office building, you'd need 240 spaces. And you couldn't get that on this site. So will it be more intense than an office development? Yes. Will it be more intense than an R2 development or apartments? Yes, it will. But this is, to me, this is just the way that frontage on Cantrell, on Highway 10, that's the way it's going to look in the foreseeable future. And I don't, so it's not always ideal, because sometimes we have residential neighborhoods that come up very near the highway right of way on Highway 10. But I'm gonna support it because I do think it makes a whole lot more sense than the 3 restaurants that were there previously. And to me, a 20,000 square foot retail center with a restaurant off to the side, again, on almost 4 acres, is not so intense that I can't live with it. But more than that, it's just kind of the vision and what we see for Highway 10, how it's developing. It would be nice if our city was such that you could say, okay, all quiet along Highway 10. At one time, there was this overlay district. I guess we're still under it. And it dictated a lot of that. But the reality is, this city, if it's going to grow, it's going to grow west. We have to have that corridor for retail. And that's my philosophy. It doesn't mean it's right, but those are just my comments about sort of Highway 10 and how it grows. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hart. Do any other commissioners have comments or questions?
A brief comment. I just want to say that I appreciate the concerns that the residents of this area brought to the commission's attention. And I appreciate both sides attempting to work together for the last 12 months to come up with some resolution that both sides could agree with. I've heard the applicant say that they made approximately 95% of the concessions to move toward the neighborhood. And I want to just, thank and appreciate the members of that community for coming out and making their concerns known to the commission, and for both sides agreeing to work together for so long on this project.
It's very healthy for our city to work together. This is a unique vote, as staff has recommended what it did. So, Mr. Collins, you want to take us through this one time for all the new commissioners?
Yes, your vote always has to be in the positive or affirmative. So when a recommendation is made, it would be a recommendation of approval with all staff comments and recommendations except that of denial is the typical recommendation in the positive when we recommend denial.
Then if you vote in favor of that, you're voting for?
Yes, if you vote in favor at that time, it is for. If you vote against, it is against. That's why you have to, it's always in the affirmative motion.
If anybody does not have any more further questions at the commissioner level, then I think at this time, it would be prudent to have a motion.
I move for the approval of item 5817K, including all staff comments and conditions except the recommendation of denial.
Second.
May we have a roll call vote?
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks,
No.
Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Commissioner
Mr. Thomas, you was muted.
Oh, no. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes,
can
ma'am. We
now,
got you
yes.
down as no. Thank you.
No.
That's a no vote. Okay.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-2.
Thank you. I know the applicant has the next item on the agenda, which is B. I think there are a lot of attendees who would like to speak against this item. I think we'll try and do it a little bit more clearly, than last item. But again, this is only the second time, but I think what would be prudent would be to ask the applicant first if they would like to defer their 20 minutes. This item is new. Their 20 minutes to the opposition, or would the applicant like to present first and then defer the remaining time? So applicant?
I would like to defer.
Okay, so at this time, any attendee who is in the virtual chat will be needing to raise their hand. And if there are certain members who want to speak on behalf of the group, y'all might want to not raise everyone's hand. But I think there will be a lot of hands raised, so why don't you give us just a second to make sure we get everything. Yeah. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, so we're still getting some people's hands raised, but I think we have enough to get started. So the opposition, we're just going to go down the list as we did last time. And if for some reason the person who's called upon does not wish to speak, we will move to mute them and then unmute the next person. So with that said, I want to remind those that are in opposition, there will be a cumulative 20 minutes given to opposition to speak, just like there will be a cumulative 20 minutes for the applicant to speak on behalf of this item. So, Mr. Malone, who's our first?
Allison Courtney.
Allison Courtney.
I'm in opposition, but I defer my time to Jeff Hankins.
Thank you. Who is next on our list?
Wes Moore.
Wes Moore.
Thank you. I'm going to defer my time to Jeff Hankins, but definitely opposed to this.
Thank you. Travis Napper.
I too am opposed, and I defer my time to Jeff Hankins. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Who is next? Thomas Jenkins.
I defer my time to Jeff Hankins, but I am also opposed.
Thank you. Who is next? Bill Morrison.
Yes, thank you very much. I represent Pinnacle Valley Court Property Owners Association, 29 members and households in opposition, and we defer our time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Jeff Hawkins or Hankins?
Hankins.
Okay. So, Mr. Hankins?
Okay. Mr. Chairman, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Hankins. My home's at 21 Waterside Drive and shares a property line with the R2 single family zone property that would become a commercial strip center. Now, I sent into the staff a PowerPoint presentation. Are they going to be able to call that up for me?
Yes. 1 second. Let's ask staff. They said yes. Would you want, well, stop the time just so you'll know.
Okay.
Would you want that to be shown now to all of the
that's great.
commissioners?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's
You guys
up.
can see that?
everybody. I can see it. The room can see it.
Perfect.
Can all the
Okay,
commissioners see it? Hold on 1 second. Can all the commissioners see what they need to see?
Yes.
So, good deal. All
Okay,
right, we'll let
thank
you
you.
resume, Mr. Hankins.
Okay. And I remain adamantly opposed to commercial development, and my neighbors and I are really dismayed that we're having to fight once again for our property rights and enforcement of the city zoning and land use plan. I've shared with you, as you can see on this PowerPoint, a change petition with over 500 Little Rock residents who agree that this property should remain R2. We bought our residential property on good faith of the city's zoning and land use plans, which both say we back up to single-family residential property, not apartments, and most definitely not a commercial development. Now, the information you were given really misleadingly refers to all the property in this request as being in the transition zone, but the map actually shows only the eastern half of the R2 property as transition zone. Also, I want to note that this is not Highway 10 frontage property. The developer continues to want his problem to become our problem. He paid $215,000 for 5 acres of R2 property with access to a Pinnacle Valley Road entrance, and then somehow sold or gave up the access property. He knowingly did this and now asks the city and those of us next to the property to bail him out. And we understand this is a property rights state and city, but my individual property investment doubles his investment, and combined with my neighbors is more than $6 million of investment before being severely diluted by these development efforts. So under this plan, the developer gets a 5-fold increase in his property value to the financial detriment of dozens of residents. And if you look at slide 2, that's what shows the difference in the two properties. I want to clarify that Mr. Reese did ask to meet with the neighborhood developer and myself to explain his plan. We gave him input to make a terrible plan slightly less awful, but I absolutely did not endorse the plan. We had a neighborhood meeting. Everyone remained adamantly opposed despite his minor concessions. I feel like the staff and developer notes that were sent in were really misleading on the outcome of our discussions. Let me be clear, we're not asking for or expecting permanent green space behind our homes. We want the contractual natural buffer, and we want our backyards to face appropriate houses and not an eyesore looking at the back of a neighboring Reese commercial strip center. If you look at the next slide, please. This is what I was pointing out regarding the homes. And if you go to the next slide, this shows our homes on Waterside Drive and what we would back up to. The next slide, please. Okay, I'll come back to that. The cascading trees that are in the architect's drawings look really nice, but they're not reality at all. And I would welcome any of you to come take a look at this from my back patio. The few remaining trees in the buffer after the clear cutting will be a handful of very tall pine trees with little greenery on top, which means most of us will have a clear line of sight to this. If you look at the next slide, which is the back of a typical Reese strip center property. So we've also reviewed the traffic study that was completed by an engineer who was hired by the developer to say an additional 1,200 vehicles a day would not impact traffic at the dangerous intersection of Cantrell and Taylor Loop is rather stunning to us. The study used traffic numbers that don't include the additional 600 employees who are now commuting out to Banco ZK and the credit union headquarters through that intersection. Furthermore, the traffic engineer experts don't even agree. Your own planning commission meetings from September 2020 quote the city's Public Works Traffic Engineering Division, and it says, quote, multifamily zoning. If you'll go to the next slide, one more. This is from your own minutes saying that multifamily zoning will have less impact as opposed to any retail commercial establishments. Now, you rejected previously a multifamily rezoning proposal, and you did so properly, in part due to major traffic concerns. And now city traffic engineers said that any commercial retail plan such as this would be worse than what that was. The intersection is a substantial problem. The traffic study also provided no consideration to the negative impact on the city's master bike plan. Traffic from this development would make a Bikeway 3 route and a Bikeway 1 path from Highway 10 and through our neighborhood very dangerous for area cyclists. Finally, we remain very concerned about floodplain issues, and there's still no study to show the impact from all the fill efforts that would take place, nor does the plan ensure that there is no impact on a significant city water main that runs through his properties and serves hundreds of thousands of residents. So bottom line, I oppose anything short of a quality R2 residential development, and we have more than 500 neighbors plus these who are on the line with us today and Little Rock residents who signed our petition in agreement with this position. Thank you very much for your time.
I show that we have about 14 minutes left. Mr. Hankins, thank you for your presentation. I did have one question for you before we move on. Were those drawings in the presentation that you provided, where were those taken from? Were those drawings from the applicant? Were they?
Yes, they were. Yes, sir, they were from the applicant.
Okay, so those were drawings that were current from the applicant. Okay, thank you. Mr. Malone, do we have any other opposition at this time?
You still have 7 more.
Okay, we'll keep going down the list. So any questions sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I am strongly opposed.
Okay, would you like to defer the remainder of your time or?
Yes, I would.
Okay, thank you.
Alexandria Somarom.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, yes, I am in strong opposition. I support everything Mr. Hankins brought forth today. And I defer any additional time and questions that he may need to answer to him.
Thank you. Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon?
Am I off mute?
We can hear you.
Perfect. Sorry for that. Yes, I also would like to voice my opposition to the recommendation and cede the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Oliverana Sandaroma.
Hi, hello. Yes, I am also part of the opposition, and I'd like to defer my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Bird?
Yes. You hear me?
We can.
Yes, I am opposed and defer my time and agree with Jeff Hankins.
Thank you. Mr. Flanagan?
Yes. I live on Waterside. I bought my house last year and actually reviewed the zoning before I purchased my home, saw the R2, and that influenced my decision to buy this home. So I agree with Jeff Hankins. I'm in opposition to this plan or the proposed plan and defer the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Ariana Imdad.
EMDA. EMDA.
Hello, Ariana Bed. I oppose and defer my time.
Thank you. That was the last of the opposition. They did a great job staying succinct and utilizing their time very wisely. So thank y'all for that, seriously. And now I think it is the opportunity for the applicant to speak. And applicant, please remember you have 20 minutes of time to state your application.
Okay, thank you again, Mr. Bogle and the commission. I appreciate y'all hearing us today on this property that we've had. Little history on what's gone on this property. We bought this property, probably that one that is zoned R2 about 4 or 5 years ago, and we paid, I don't know, the 215 or 230,000 or whatever it was, but I have to admit that this property is costing a great deal more than that. I don't know really what the cost of the property really has to do with it, but all I know is there's a giant hole out there that we've been filling for the last 6 months, and it's probably going to cost us $500,000 maybe to fill that hole up and to put a retaining wall up. So just because, you know, if it's the cost of the land, it's going to be the determination. This is certainly going to be a lot more expensive than any $220,000. So, but in August of 2015, Mr. Keith Wingfield was the owner of the property next door. He owned the entire property. He got ready, he put his bridge in. He was ready to develop, but there was one fly in the ointment. He didn't have 2 ways in and out. So what did he do? He had to have another way out, or the city wouldn't allow him to develop this property. Mr. Wingfield comes to me and asks me, John, will you give me access so that I can have another way in and out so I can develop my property? And I looked at it, and on an agreement with, I gave him a 41-foot buffer, which was on there. And for the exchange from that, I asked him to approve of my development and to work together so that both parties would be able to work together and have 2 nice developments right there. My plan was to develop an office warehouse, about 93,000 square feet. It is shown on the plat. We have a legal document that says that Mr. Wingfield will agree and work with me to develop my property, just like I worked with him to allow his housing development to occur. I just want to let you know that the plat that all these people could have looked at was on the plat that showed my development next door being commercial. It didn't show residential. And that was in 2015 in August. Mr. Hankins and all the people that are in the neighborhood there had the chance to look and see, oh, there's going to be a commercial development right there. They should have known that. I don't know if they didn't ask Mr. Wingfield. Mr. Wingfield didn't tell them. But he owned the property. He sold the property to all those homeowners, and they had the right to look and see, and they should have done that. But apparently, either they did and they didn't make any difference to them, or they didn't buy. Apparently, they did. It didn't make any difference because they bought. And but we have an agreement. We have a legal agreement, and I paid something for that agreement. Mine was for them to help me develop this property, and he would agree with me, and he would support me. And that's what we agreed to, and I gave him the access. So therefore, because of my efforts, those property owners have a house over there. And if it wasn't for me, none of those houses would exist. None, not one, not Mr. Hankins or not only any of the other ones. So they could say, thank you, John, for giving us the access so we could have a housing development. And now he's trying to, in fact, the last meeting that we had on the apartment complex, we were after the board voted us down on the apartments, Mr. Wingfield was standing out there and he told me, he said, John, I'd be in support of you doing a commercial development right there. I'd rather have that than the apartments. And Mr. Hankins was standing there. Now, he didn't say I agree too, But he said, I think that makes good sense and I like what you're doing. And no, I invited him into my office, both of them. Mr. Hankins came and Mr. Wingfield. And Mr. Wingfield looked at the development. He said, John, I like it. I like what you're doing there. This looks good to me. He and I are the ones that had the relationship. Jeff Hankins wasn't even in the picture. He didn't buy his house till after 2015. And he had the right to look on the plat and know that this property was not going to be zoned residential. And all those other people also had that same right, but they didn't do it, or they didn't care to, or they didn't know to. I don't know what it was. But anyway, that's my contention, is they should have known. I wanted to, it's been there for a long time. Mr. Wingfield agrees with me. He said, I think it looks good. And it's not going to affect any of those people around. We're going to have a 41-foot buffer. We're going to have another 30 feet or so before the building. We're going to put, I told them, the neighborhood, that we would put additional plants and zoning, additional plants and trees all along that way so that it would be covered up. I would do anything to make it less adverse to them. And I've told them that. But it doesn't seem to make any difference. They said, okay, we want you to, the only thing they could point out, move the dumpster. There's a dumpster down there. We want it moved. Okay, this last plan I had, I did move the dumpster. They didn't have anything else to say about that. So I'm trying to meet the neighborhood just like I was on the other development. I'm trying to do what I can to try to say, look, if you have a problem, then let me know and I'll change it. I've got an apartment, I've got an office, a shopping center on Bowman Road that I've got houses within 50 feet of my shopping center. I've been there for 20 years. I've had 2 or 3 complaints during that 20-year period only because of a dumpster. And when we did, we made sure that the dumpsters were dumped at a later date, a later time. But after over 20 years, only 1 or 2 complaints, I think that's awfully good. And we also front them on our Pinnacle Creek Shopping Center. We have a shopping center right there. It's quiet back there. Very few cars go back there. It's not a problem. We haven't had 1 call from them in the last 10 years. Keith Wingfield and I have worked together. We formed a good partnership, and we have a legal document stating that we will work together. And those neighbors should have known that. Thank you.
I show the applicant has about a little over 12 minutes remaining. Is there any other representatives, applicant, that you would like to speak on your behalf?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, this is Chris Stewart, Mr. Reese's attorney. Commissioners, I want to point out a couple of things with this. As you know, real property and ownership in the state of Arkansas is special to everyone, and we are a property rights state. And there are a couple of legal documents that I think that you need to review in your packet. To me, from a legal perspective, this comes down to a legal argument, period. In Arkansas, the fundamental law that the Supreme Court has adopted in Arkansas is caveat emptor. That is called buyer beware. When you buy a piece of property, you are to review everything that has to do with that property. It is your right to do that before you purchase it. In your packet, you have the plat that was owned and filed by Mr. Wingfield. Mr. Wingfield was the developer of that neighborhood, okay? And he is the one who made the agreement with Mr. Reese and his property. On the plat, okay, for you in your document is the one that was, because I can't pull it up, I'm not there. It's by Central Arkansas Engineering P. LLC. On the top, it says Certificate of Owner, Mr. Keith Wingfield, okay?
Walter, can you pull that up for all the commissioners to see? We'll stop the time for a moment while that document is being pulled up. About 11 minutes left, applicant. I did not see it in the packet. That's why I was asking if y'all had it. We're continuing to search for it, so just give us one more moment, please.
Mr. Chairman, we provided that to the planning staff when we sent in the application. So it has several documents in there. It has the letter from Mr. Wingfield to Mr. Reese in support of the development. It has the easement agreement as part of the development, and then it has the plat that Mr. Wingfield filed. And we gave this to planning staff.
Chairman Vogel,
Yes, sir.
this is Sean Overton, the staff attorney.
Yes, sir.
I have a comment I need to make in regards to these legal documents between the private parties.
Yes, sir.
This is a slippery slope we're going down. I'm not sure what the lawyers wanting this commission to do in considering these documents. We're here to look at the application and determine on public
Relevant.
welfare and whatever private contract that these individuals may have entered into or agreements. I don't want this commission sitting there looking at packets trying to determine whether something's enforceable or not.
I understand. I just wanted to clarify if it was in our
Understood.
documentation that we were provided as
Absolutely.
the applicant representative stated it was.
Absolutely. I just wanted the attorney to the applicant that we're not really, you could consider it, but we're not going to sit here and determine whether something's enforceable. We're looking at the application, what's best for the neighborhood, what's best for the development, and what's the public safety, health, and welfare issues.
We're not asking that. We're using this as an example. We're not wanting them to get in. This is for purposes to show the agreement and what was on the plat. I'm referencing what buyers of property can see when they purchase a property. That's it.
Is it in there?
Thank you. Applicant, 1 second, please. 1 second. 1 second.
Okay, well, I want to respond to those comments because what he's asserting we're using it for is not the purpose.
Yes, sir. What?
The applicant may have submitted that as a support document to the application, but it's not relevant to their proposed development. So those type of documents, we don't necessarily include in the staff analysis.
Thank you. I wanted to make sure that our commissioners understood the packet of information that we get, those documents that this applicant's attorney is representing are not included in that. So I just wanted to make sure all the commissioners understood that. So apologize, applicant, for interrupting you, but just wanted some clarification. Y'all still have 11 minutes, and I'll let you continue. Apologize again for the interruption.
Mr. Chairman, who was the last gentleman that spoke before you? Who said that?
Who said what?
That these documents that we give to the staff aren't pertinent for the commissioners to review on a question?
Mr. Moore, who prepares our staff provided documentation. Y'all, the applicant, provide the city.
I didn't know who said it, but I mean, if we present something to the city, to the staff attorneys as an exhibit or part of our application, that should be given to the commissioners. I don't think what he said was correct. But be that as it may, I can tell the commissioners exactly what's on this. On the plat that Mr. Wingfield filed, it references the easement document. Okay, so when you go to buy a home in that neighborhood, you get a plat. That plat tells you every document that is agreed to between the parties. On that plat that every buyer could see, there is a natural buffer document that is numbered 201-503-8550. That was filed in Pulaski County as part of this development. That number of that document references the easement and the agreement between Mr. Reitz and Mr. Wingfield. All of these people that bought homes had the opportunity to look at this plat and to look at every document that was part of this agreement. Part of that agreement, so the plat references that. Listen, I understand as an attorney the NIMBY document and doctrine. Not in my backyard. I completely understand. I'm a resident of Little Rock. I live off of Pleasant Forest and Pleasant Valley. You're passionate about what you have, and you can come in and talk about, oh, you don't want this built next to you and you don't want that built next to you. But you know what? That doesn't matter when it comes down to legal documents and you purchasing a home. It's your right to review what is in the legal documents. That agreement between Mr. Reese and Mr. Wingfield and the easement was referenced in the plat that they would have in their closing documents. So let that stand out. Secondly, the agreement from Mr. Reese and Mr. Wingfield, we have a letter from Mr. Wingfield. He said that he agrees to support the development. It has been executed and filed. These include the natural buffer easement, emergency and access easement, and certain agreements for fencing and landscaping. These agreements serve to protect the future residents and allow for both developments to coexist in support of each other. So what I'm telling you is not something that I'm making up. This is on file at Pulaski County. It was part of their closing documents. It was part of a plat of Mr. Wingfield's development, and it made reference. If they didn't see it and they bought a piece of property, buyer beware, caveat emptor. That is what the Supreme Court of Arkansas is the deciding law in this state, and that is a fact, and it is truth. And now at the end of the day, they want to come forward and say, oh, we bought our house, but we didn't know that this development was going to be here, and this easement was going to be here, and this buffer was going to be here. That is incorrect, and it is not true. You had an opportunity to review it. You had an opportunity to pull the plat. You had an opportunity to read the documents that was on the plat, and you did not do it. That is factual. With that being said, this staff has moved for approval of this, and Mr. Wingfield and Mr. Reese have an agreement. That is where it should stand. They don't get to come 5 years later and make a big deal about it. And there's not even 500 residents in the neighborhood that's next to it. Anybody can go start a petition on change.org. And furthermore, that petition has not been filed in Pulaski County. That language was not adopted by the city attorneys, and it was not filed with the Secretary of State's office. Those petitions, it is not a legal document. With that being said, we move for approval of this in agreement with the staff.
Applicant, you have about 7 minutes remaining. Is there anybody else you would like to speak on your behalf?
Yeah, this is Ernie Peters. If I can provide just a little bit of factual information concerning the traffic side of this. Mr. Reese has been attempting to develop this since 2015, as he's indicated. At that time, he had a combination of office and commercial use that was fairly intense. It would generate, by the estimate that I had made, approximately 3,500 vehicle trips per day if that had been approved. He later changed the development to a multifamily one consisting of 240 units. That would generate about half that amount, 1,500, almost 1,600 vehicle trips a day. The current plan, contrary to what Mr. Hankins had quoted the city's public works traffic engineer to say, which was that multifamily was much lower generator than any commercial. That's not true. The multifamily 240 units would have generated 1,600 vehicle trips a day. The current plan is estimated to generate about 1,300 vehicle trips per day. So this is a low traffic generator combination of uses. Thank you.
Thank you. We show about 6 minutes remaining for the applicant. If the applicant has any more representatives who would like to speak.
Yeah, this is Jess Griffin. I'm the civil engineer for the project. And I would just like to point out some of the commonsensical things about it. The neighborhood is already abutting 2 or 3 commercial shopping centers that are going to be very similar to what will abut them that we presented on the plan. So they're already living next to something, and they don't seem to have an issue with those. And I think they probably use the facilities and the restaurants and the commercial area, the shopping centers right next to them. You know, you would want infill. You want something where people don't have to drive as much, where you're living right next to something you could go and get a burger or do whatever and not necessarily have to get in your car to go do it. And so there's a lot of benefit of that, and we're not going to be presenting anything that they're already abutting or they're already next to adjacent. The other fact is that we are giving them a 41-foot buffer. We are going to enhance that buffer. We're going to try to make the buffer as dense as possible so they don't have to even see the building. And then the third thing is we've talked to some of the adjacent property owners on Pinnacle Valley Road that back up to our property, and they are not in opposition. They told me that they're actually okay with this development, and it's not an issue. We've already gone through and we've got a grading permit, and we're already doing grading activity at the site. So for us to go and do grading activity and then not build a building, it seems backwards. We could progress, move and get a development and put in there and not just leave a big flat area that we filled. And so I think that's about all I have to say. I'll let John close on this.
Thank you. Y'all have about 4 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say to the neighborhood, I'm a citizen of Little Rock and I've been here since '77. I love the city of Little Rock. I love Arkansas. I certainly don't want to cause any problems to any neighborhood. So I'm talking to all you people that came out
This
tonight.
specific development on it.
And
General concept.
I'm letting you know that I'm always available to answer any questions or to try to solve any problems that you might have. I'd like to get this done so we can go ahead. I've been up to the board 2 or 3 times, gone, looked at maybe one development, and then we went to the apartments, and that wasn't okay. And now we've gone, Mr. Wingfield's recommendation, we've gone with office warehouse and commercial and some office in there, and it's going to be a combination of those things. It's not going to be all commercials. It's going to be probably a lot of it office warehouse and be not that much traffic coming in there. So that's kind of what we're thinking. And but we want to try to work with the neighborhood. We don't want to. We have several properties that adjoin neighborhoods, and we've been, I think, a good neighbor. And so I'll tell Mr. Hankins, I'll work with him every way I can. I will not cause a problem. And if there's a problem there, I'll try to correct it immediately. So, I just I'd like to get this development going. Like you said, I've owned this property, one property, 7 acres, about 10 years, and the other one about 5. And I've been up to the board several times and trying to do anything I can to try to get something passed so we could do the development. I'd appreciate the board helping me to go ahead because it's not paying any taxes right now. City of Little Rock needs taxes, at least last time I checked they did. And we can certainly provide them some tax revenue. But they're just sitting there with nothing on it and doesn't do anything for the neighborhood or the city of Little Rock. I would certainly appreciate your help in getting this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, applicant. Is there anyone who has raised their hand in support of this application? No. Okay. Before commissioners have a chance to ask any questions of the applicant, I think Mr. Collins would like to say a few things.
Yes, Chair, Commissioners, we did, while everybody was making the presentation, search the files. We did not see any plat of the adjacent property, the residential area in the files, but I do want to make a point to the commission that a plat does not set zoning. That is not the legal document for zoning. A plat is just for a subdivision of land. And that plat was not for this property. And, there is 2 separate types of plans that we have that does the zoning. One is the future land use plan. That is the official, that is what would be what we plan it to be, what we want it to be. And that is available online. And we present a package to the commissioner in our write-up of what that future land use plan is. The adopted zoning map and zoning of the city is the official zoning of the city. And for everybody, including the applicant and everybody that was online speaking in opposition along with the commissioners, That is available. It was available for viewing at the city in 2015. It is available today for viewing. We have gone all digital, so it's available through maps, our map viewers with the city. But even prior, 40 years ago, the official zoning map was available at our offices for review by anybody that wanted to come in to our offices and look at what the property was zoned. That is the official zoning map. It is not a plat of record.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. With that said, I have a question for the applicant, but if any other commissioners have one, please, now is your opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Commissioner Vickers. Mr. Reese, I think the civil engineer said that if and permitted to do this development, that you all would advance the buffer lines. Right now, you have it stated as 41 feet buffer. What was that advancement? Or what was that number? I did not get that.
We will enhance. There's an enhanced buffer, and if you look at what trees are existing, once we get into construction and it doesn't look very dense, we will go and we plant large evergreen trees that would be understory trees that would help promote more density and make it where it was a denser vegetative strip that's 41 feet wide. And so that's one way you can try to make the buffer more effective, is by enhancing it and adding more landscape. We've also agreed to an 8-foot fence in the original agreement when they looked at the property to try to come up with a plan that would work out for both developments.
We would probably also, Mr. Vickers, agree to put like red maples or something, that they grow pretty fast and they grow large. I know we planted a red maple in our yard about 10 years ago. It's about 40 feet tall right now. I would agree to plant those along that way because it'd be a very pretty, we'd like to do something very pretty and make sure the neighborhood knows that we're trying to work with them. And, we could put one of those about every 30 feet. And those things, maybe not immediately, but in the next 5 years, you wouldn't be able to see anything because they're really big. And by the way, we could also put some other evergreens in there between those that would also form a hedge, which you couldn't see through, and those grow fast too. So, and in 2 or 3 years, those would form just like a hedgerow, more or less. So,
Commissioner Vickers, does that answer your question, or were you speaking more of linear feet?
Well, I was speaking more of linear feet of it, but I was wanted to know if and approved, are they willing to put all this in agreement? What I was just more concerned about was the residents there. I understand, amongst other things, that they're probably worried about property values. They're worried about other issues that I won't outline them all, but their concerns, and I guess they're trying to work together to get this development underhand of what I guess the developer is willing to do to at least try to appease most of these concerns. And so when the civil engineer was talking about different buffers and how can you make that appeal, I was just wanting to know because I did not see that information in the records. So I did not get that linear feet. I was hoping to get that, but it was good to have an appreciation of what else could be done. And I see that the developer is open to try to appease as much
I'm definitely open to do that and to try to minimize anything. I don't think we're going to see it, the sideline they have versus where the time we put up our retaining wall. There's going to be about a 10 to 12 foot retaining wall back there. And then on top of that, Mr. Vickers, there's going to be an 8-foot fence put up. So it's going to be on up there from where their elevation, but we are willing to go in there if we don't have quite enough to add additional landscaping so that they'll know that we are doing our best to help them so that they don't have a problem with it.
I appreciate that. Mr. Reese. And I want to finish off by saying this. I know that you've been trying to get this development done for quite some time. And I hear what the residents and the neighborhood and the community is saying. And right now I'm feeling some mixed reviews. I think this could be a good development if it's done properly. And right now, I mean, both sides, are, y'all have strong statements. And I'm hoping that you all can try to get on one accord and to try to get as much as possible. I know everybody can't get everything they want. I know you can't get everything you want, Mr. Reese. I know that the neighborhood association and the residents there can't get everything they want. I'm almost at a standstill of trying to see how can we get this done. And I'm looking at both sides. And I'm just trying to see if, I think it sounds like you're open to do the necessary requirements to get this done, this development
Yes, I am.
done. So that's all the questions I have now, Chairman.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate your help on that.
Robbie, hey,
Any
I got a
other-
question. I got a
Yes.
question for Mr. So from my understanding, Mr. Reese, from the get-go, you and the developer had an agreement before there was any development of houses in the back. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you guys had an agreed upon buffer and all that information before he even started building homes back there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'm gonna be for the project. I mean, being a business owner, when you generally go out of your way like you've done with these projects to try to work with the homeowners, but the fact that you actually gave the developer right away to actually get the development built back there, to me, it just makes sense that you be for the project, because the dynamic is, without you giving him the right of way, he does not have a subdivision back there. Is that correct?
That's correct. If he hadn't have gotten that, then he didn't know where to turn to. He said, I really need this to make it work. And when someone presents me with a need like that, I just try to help them out as much as I can. And I'm glad I did it. I'm glad they have those homes. They're pretty homes down there. I'm glad they got it done, but I don't want him to turn around then and say, I can't do my development when he's got to do his.
Okay, that's correct. Okay. So I'm gonna be for the project just because of knowing you went out your way to give the developer the right to actually build a home back there. And it seemed to me the developer should have been open to the homeowners up front about telling them that there was going to be a commercial development. And so I'll be for the project. Again, thank you for going out your way, Mr. Reese.
Thank you, Marlon.
Do any other commissioners at this time have a question for the applicant?
Yes, this is Commissioner Thomas. I have a question for the gentleman that spoke for the opposition, if I can.
Mr. Hankins, I presume? Is
Yes,
that who you're speaking of, Commissioner?
Yes, I'm sorry, I couldn't recall his
No,
name.
that's fine. No problem.
Yes,
I think he's been unmuted. So, Mr. Hankins, can you hear us?
Yes, happy to answer any questions.
Mr.
Commissioner?
Just to summarize, is the concern from point of view, I understand you were, a lot of the people that were in opposition that are members of that neighborhood deferred their time to you. So that's why I'm directing my question to you. So is the concerns, just to summarize it, is the neighborhood, you guys opposition due to quiet enjoyment, property value, and is that it? And is that your main concerns?
I mean, it's aesthetics. First of all, I don't think Mr. Reese and his crew would have to be working so hard to do all of these walls and trees and everything if they didn't know just how bad it was going to look for myself and all of our neighbors along that street. I mean, they've got to do an enormous amount of things to try to block the atrocity that it would look like for us. And I want to clarify, I specifically called the planning department because there was an old sign about rezoning up there. And I said, what's the status of this property? And they said there had been an apartment proposal and it was rejected. It was not rezoned. It is zoned R2. There was zero reference to this business of a plat that we somehow should have known about. So The traffic impact, it's in terms of at Highway 10 and Taylor Loop Road, is of significant concern to our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods in terms of what happens there. So there's a traffic issue. There's issue for the cyclists. Certainly the impact on our property values. They mentioned that there already is one strip center that backs up to the property. Well, guess what? Those individuals who bought those lots and built those houses knew that the strip center was there. It already existed. The rest of us, there's no strip center. The land use plan and the zoning plan were clear that it was R2. We were not privy to this plat information. And this grading that was already allowed, that you guys approved last year, and you didn't allow me to talk about that this was the whole plan. They wanted that grading so they could come back and say, hey, we've already spent $500,000 grading and filling this. So now you've got to rezone this and let us get back our investment and develop this. I tried to tell you this is exactly what they were wanting to do, and you wouldn't allow me to further explain that. But it's happening exactly as we outlined. They came in and clear cut a big area already negatively impacting about 5 of our neighbors there. And now they say, well, oh, we've cleared it. So please, you've got to give us the right to rezone this and get our money back. And that's just not fair.
Thank you, Commissioner Thomas.
I think I do remember this item before with the clear cutting that was done early. I do remember this. Okay. Thank you.
Mr.
Do
Chairman.
any other
Yeah.
commissioners have a question or comment? Yes, Mr.
Yeah.
Latour.
First off, Mr. Reese probably hadn't spoken to me in 2 years because I had the deciding vote on killing the apartment complex. The apartment complex had every issue that Mr. Hankins has brought up. If you want to see a living example of what this project would look like, we did the very same thing on Pride Valley Road at Canis for all those storage units and commercial buildings. And you could drive down Pride Valley and not tell it's even there. I'm going to support the project. I think certainly many worse things could go in there, but I'm supportive of the project.
Thank you, sir. Are there any other questions or comments by the commissioners or the applicant?
Yes, Chair, I have a comment.
Yes, sir.
I have a comment to the neighborhood association. It is very vital. I'm a real estate investor as well as a real estate professional. If this was put in writing and if you had an opportunity to review the covenant and restrictions, it is very important that you take the time to read that pamphlet. I try to get my clients to make sure that they understand the importance of that, because if those any changes being made to that neighborhood or to that community, it's probably going to be in there more than likely, and it's very important that you read it. So just a head up to the neighborhood, to the association, make sure you read wherever you're moving into. I yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Any other commissioner comments or questions on this item? Hearing none, I have a question for the applicant. Is this Mr. Wingfield present in the room with y'all to answer questions? Walter, is the applicant unmuted? Okay. So the question proposed to the applicant is Mr. Wingfield present with y'all to answer questions?
No, he's not. He's not here, and
Okay. Thank you.
I read the letter anyway.
With that said, I think at this time it would be appropriate for the commissioners to make a motion.
I move for the approval of item Z 7500-H, including all staff comments and conditions.
I second.
Thank you. May we have a roll call vote?
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Hart,
No.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
No.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
No.
Motion passes 7-3.
At this time, can we take a 5-minute break and resume at 6:20? I think a lot of the people in the attendees were present for A and B, and we will come back for items C and C1. 5-minute break, please.
Hey, Jamie. Jamie.
I'm ready if you are. Okay, thank you. We've gone back live. We're going to give it about just 1 minute before we get started. Okay. I think everybody, I hope, has had a chance to take a small break and has also had a chance to get back to their computers. Thank you all for your patience. We're about to have a reading of item C and C1 together. There will be 2 votes on those items, but before we have a reading, I want to verify if there are still opposition in the attendee waiting room. Are there any opposition in the attendee waiting room? If there are, will you please raise your hand now? Give it a little bit longer, but if there is any opposition to items C and C1 in the attendee waiting room, please raise your hand now. Have we, staff, had anyone raise in opposition to items C and C1? We have not had any people raise in opposition of C or C1. So, commissioners, we're going to have a reading of the 2 items. We will need to all turn back on our video and audio for the vote after the readings. Since there is no opposition, we will allow the applicant to present after the reading.
Mr. Chairman, these 2 items were placed on the regular agenda based on the fact that at a previous meeting there was some opposition. The applicant has informed staff that he has been working with the neighborhood associations and that they are satisfied with the new proposal. So if, unless the commissioner has a question, we can go straight to staff recommendation on the 2 items.
Does a commissioner have a question on item C or C1, or can we go straight to the staff recommendations?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, this is Todd. I've got just a quick question. So it's my understanding that Potlatch-Deltic and the neighbors have reached agreements on certain uses that the new commercial zoning would have. I was just wondering if Potlatch-Deltic do they have immediate plans? I mean, are we going to see a development plan next month for something that's coming, or is this just for future planning? If they could indulge me on that.
Well, can we have the reading first, and then we'll allow the applicant to present, and you can ask that question of them. Would that be appropriate?
Okay. Item C.1, let me start with that one, is Z9606. It's a rezoning from MF 24 and 02 to C3 and C1 at the southeast corner of Chenal Parkway and Chenal Valley Drive. The applicant is currently requesting to rezone 30.56 acres to C1 and C3, and the applicant is proposing on the majority of this to have, they did provide a use list, and the use lists are to be excluded uses from the C1 and C3 zonings. In the future land use plan is item C, LU 2021-1904. It's a land use plan amendment from office to commercial and neighborhood commercial. And this, the proposal for commercial and neighborhood commercial in the future plan mirrors the proposed zoning to C3 and C1. And staff recommends approval of both items.
With that, can the applicant be unmuted to answer Commissioner Hart's question, please?
Thank you, Chairman Vogel. Commission Lucas Hargraves on behalf of the developer Potlatch-Deltic, and I'm joined here at White Daters by Tim Daters. And then also Dave McGrablian from PotlatchDeltic is on line 2. In short, to answer your question, Commissioner Hart, we do not have a user in place at the moment. We've been very honest with the neighbors about that. We're asking for the rezoning for uses that will be appropriate for this property in which there is demand. The current zoning is just, it's not going to develop in that way. This zoning has been in place for 30 years. So the changes that we request again are supported by all the neighborhood associations that we've met with over the past 6-month period, and we're not aware of any opposition.
Commissioner Hart, did that answer your question?
It did. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments by the other commissioners they'd like to ask the applicant? Hearing none, I think there would be a reason for a motion. Now we're going to have to take 2 votes, so we'll have a motion on C and C1. Dr. Benton, you are on mute still, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, Chairman. I move for the approval of item LU 2021-1904, including all staff comments and conditions.
May we have a roll call vote?
You need a second?
Second, I second.
Sorry, I thought I heard one.
Okay, roll call. Benton,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
I'm sorry, I was muted. Yes. Latour votes yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Did we get her vote recorded?
was that a yes, Commissioner Thomas?
Thank you.
She's saying yes.
Yes, we got it.
Vickers
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes. May we have a motion for item C1, please?
I move for the approval of item Z 9606, including all staff comments and conditions.
I second.
May I have a roll call?
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas, Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes.
Both motions are approved unanimously.
All right, may we have a reading, well, before we have a reading of item E, can we ask the same question? Are there any attendees in opposition of item E? If there are, will you please raise your hand at this time? Thank you. We have had opposition, so may we have the staff reading and then we will ask the applicant.
Item E, file number Z 9640, PB General Holdings, PDC, located at 1105 Fair Park Boulevard. The applicant proposes to rezone the 1-acre property located at 1105 Fair Park Boulevard from R3 Single Family to PDC Plan District Commercial. The property is located at the southeast corner of Fair Park Boulevard and West 11th Street. The rezoning is requested to allow for a single-building general merchandise retail development. The applicant proposes to develop a 9,100 square foot general merchandise retail store on this site. The proposed building will be located over 40 feet from the front or north property line, 4.33 feet from the rear or south property line, 16.6 feet from the west side property line, and over 80 feet from the east side property line. The applicant has provided and requests approval of a plat combining the 3 parcels into 1 commercial lot. Proposed access to the site will be from 1 45-foot wide driveway along West 11th Street and a second access via one 36-foot wide driveway along South Tyler Street. The applicant does not propose any access to the site from Fair Park Boulevard. The site will be developed in one phase. The applicant notes that a 6.9-foot street buffer will be provided adjacent to West 11th Street. Typically, the 7.8-foot buffer is required by code. Staff is supportive of the requested PDC zoning to allow the proposed commercial development. Staff views the request as reasonable. To staff's knowledge, there are no outstanding issues associated with this application. Staff feels that the development of the site is an appropriate development. The proposed commercial use will be compatible with surrounding properties. A mixture of commercial zoning and uses exists to the south, southeast, and southwest along West 12th Street. Commercial zoning and large church developments located across Fair Park Boulevard to the west. Office zoning is located to the east across South Tyler Street. Single-family residences are located across West 11th Street to the north. The city's future land use plan does designate this area to the north as MX or mixed use, which can include future office and commercial uses. Staff recommends approval of the requested PDC zoning subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D, E, and F, and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
Thank you. May we unmute the applicant, please? Thank you, applicant. This is a new application, so we reserve 20 minutes of time for the applicant and 20 minutes of time to the opposition. What is customary is we give the applicant the opportunity to defer their time.
This is Paxton Singleton. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this is Paxton Singleton with Blue & Associates representing the developer. We would like to reserve our time.
Okay, thank you. Can we unmute the opposition who has raised their hand in order as they appeared? Can the opposition please raise their hand again so we will know who to unmute?
You got Eric Gilmore.
Mr. Gilmore, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to share. I'm speaking to this from a few different viewpoints. I live at 1817 Fair Park, so just south of the proposed location for the Dollar General. I also lead a nonprofit called Immerse Arkansas that's in the same area that serves young people ages 14 to 24 who have experienced a variety of crises, many of whom live in the area. The Dollar General hit my radar when I saw the posting, and I immediately went to Google to kind of get a feel for how many Dollar Generals are in the area, just because it seems like there's a lot, and it seems like there's, well, I'm just aware there's a very low access to fresh produce, healthy food options in the area. So I went and looked, and if you're at a computer, I encourage you to do it. But if you look at the Dollar Generals, there are 13 in Little Rock by my count. There might be more, and it turns out all but one of them are below 630. So 12 of those 13 are south of 630. I then Googled Family Dollar, and they have 10 locations, all of which are south of 630. And I just started to think about what is the impact of these stores having on our area. And then you look around, and the majority of the grocery stores in our city are in other or north of 630 or West Little Rock, what have you. But there's plenty of research that shows that these types of stores drive out grocery stores and healthy food options. So my simple request is we really need a good grocery store in this area, and adding yet another Dollar General in such high concentration is only going to perpetuate the food desert challenges that we're facing. I know, you say food desert. If you're not familiar with the ways that there's a significant portion of the people in our city live including the young people that we serve who walk to get their groceries or they take the bus. You see people carrying bags and doing all that. I mean, this is a literal reality where I was talking to a young man the other day who's now out on his own, doing well, has his own place, and he needed some laundry detergent. And I asked him where he was going to get that, and he said Family Dollar. And he said his exact words, "It's the only grocery store, or it's the only place that I buy groceries." And I know that's not a reality that many people are familiar with, but it's a reality for a lot of people that live in this area. So again, I understand there could be a perspective, what's the harm? It's a dollar store, but there is a harm that's perpetuated in the lack of access to fresh and healthy foods. Just some others that I've spoken with. Senator Elliott voices opposition to this location. I think you have a letter from St. Mark Baptist Church in opposition to this Dollar General in this location. Also, we did a petition of which over 150 area residents have signed in opposition to Dollar General being at this location. Plus, the UDDC, others in the neighborhood and in the area have been working long and hard to put together plans to get the kind of things in this area that we want, that will bring new life to the area. In fact, I am wondering if Mr. Reese is still in this meeting. I would say if he's looking for places to develop and put good things in, come to this area. We need it. We just don't want another dollar store and another Dollar General. But that's all that I had to share, and I'll pass.
Thank you, sir, for your comments. I show the opposition still has over 16 minutes remaining. Are there any other people in opposition?
Ingrid Green.
Ingrid Green, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Ingrid Green, and I'm the current president of the University District Neighborhood Association, which is acronym UDNA. UDNA is a registered neighborhood association with the city of Little Rock, and it's comprised of presidents and leaders of 9 neighborhoods that make up the University District. I was raised approximately 17 blocks from where I currently reside in the University District. So I'm glad to have an opportunity to come back to my neighborhood and try to make positive change. The 9 neighborhoods include University Park, University West, Broadmoor, Pointer Woods, North Broadmoor, War Memorial, Fair Park, South Asher, and Midtown. According to data provided by the U.S. Census State Data Center, located at UALR, there are approximately 12,350 people living in the University District. That's a little over 4,800 households. Over 75% of those individuals in the University District are people of color. This statement is to voice opposition to the applicants requesting for a zone change from R3 single family to planned district commercial. Specifically, I asked the board to deny the applicant's request for a zoning change. Just to give you a little background, the applicant's request for this type of development is out of step with the wishes of many of the residents that provided broad input for the University District Revitalization Plan and the 12th Street Corridor. The city, along with UAMS and UA Little Rock, provided the majority of funding for both plans. In addition, the Planning Commission approved and the City Board adopted resolutions and ordinances that updated the city land use plan. The land use plan was updated by the board to ensure consistency with zoning, and land uses included both of the aforementioned revitalization plans, included in both of those. UDNA is not anti-business. We are a cohesive group of residents ready and willing to work with the developers to support development that is consistent with area plans such as the University District Revitalization Plan and the 12th Street Corridor Plan. A previous developer filed an application with the city to build a come-and-go gas station with 21 pumps at the southwest corner of Interstate 630 and Fair Park. The residents, along with UDNA and each individual neighborhood association, in the University District opposed that request. Eventually, the application was pulled by the developer. Also, conversations between the developer and the neighborhood leaders eventually led to Ortho, Arkansas building its headquarters in the University District. It was consistent with the residents' wishes and the University District revitalization plan. I'm sorry, just one moment. My grandson is trying to come into the room. Please forgive me.
No, you're fine. We'll stop the clock.
The development was also heavily opposed by the UDNA and the University Park Neighborhood Association. As a result, the matter with Murphy Oil, I'm sorry I didn't divert to that. Murphy Oil tried to set that up, but eventually through those conversations and opposition, they decided not to. Even though we continue to have discussions with other developers, as a result of those discussions, the University Park neighborhood 12th Street corridor now has a Dairy Queen, CVS Pharmacy, and Staybridge Suites in our area. There have been several developers currently seeking to build a Dollar General type of store directly across from the CVS Dairy Queen development. University Park and UDNA have consistently opposed each application due to the incompatibility with the neighborhood wishes, the University District, and the 12th Street corridor plans. Finally, I will close by stating, according to what the USDA defines as a food desert, and that would be a low-income census tract with a substantial number or share of residents with low levels of access to retail outlets selling healthy and affordable foods. Commissioners, I submit to you that the USDA food desert definition accurately describes our neighborhood in the University District because we are a food desert. We as residents live in a food desert, and another Dollar General type store does nothing to reverse this trend. Once again, I request that the applicant's request for rezoning be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The opposition has about 11 minutes remaining. Are there any other?
The only other person in the room is Paxton Singleton, which I believe is the applicant.
Okay. So hearing no other opposition, applicant, would you like to respond?
We would, but we actually have a representative from Dollar General that would like to speak, and so I'd like to yield my time to him.
Okay. Is that Marquise?
No, sir.
So are they in the room physically with you, or are they in the virtual chat room?
They're in the virtual chat room. His name is Steve Brophy.
Steve Berthy?
Brophy.
Brophy. I'm sorry. Brophy. Okay.
Hi,
Thank
Commissioner. I just believe I've been unmuted. Thank you all for your time today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you. The main thing that I would love to address, and I hope will be great news to Mr. Gilmore, is that the store we're anticipating putting in this location will have 16 feet of fresh produce in the store, as well as a significant section of freezer and coolers with milk, eggs, cheese, yogurts, flash frozen vegetables, flash frozen fruit. And so as the CDC would tell you, we have all the components of a healthy diet in each of the Dollar General stores. So Dollar General has come to start to provide an assortment of fresh produce over the past few years. We have scaled up pretty quickly. We added fresh produce to 1,000 stores in 2021. Just today, we reopened a remodeled store at 4748 Springer Boulevard here in Little Rock, and it has that selection of produce. I hope that you'd have the opportunity to particularly go over and see it. I went today, it looks great. So it has all of those things that Mr. Gilmore referenced, people getting on the bus to go buy. The other thing that would be helpful to know is that our prices are significantly better than you would find at a drugstore or a grocer. And so when you talk about access, it certainly is that proximity and people not having to get on the bus to go shop and get what they need. But it also has to do with access in terms of price. And so syndicated data points to the fact that Dollar General is priced on par with the supercenters, yet we're not 10, 20 miles away. We also are typically about 38 cents better than a drugstore if you're buying the same products in the front of a drugstore. And we're about 18 to 20 cents better in grocery. So there is an enormous amount that Dollar General has been doing over the past few years to seek to address food insecurity in the communities we serve. There is no other retailer out there that is expanding produce as fast as we are, and certainly there's no one that's doing that mindful of the food deserts and the communities that we are serving. If you believe the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food and Nutrition Service, there's data that they show that shows that since 2013, the grocery channel itself has been contracting. So the viable alternatives to bring the healthy food that Mr. Gilmore had articulated is really right now, it's Dollar General, and we'd like to proudly serve that community with fresh produce and healthy food. I yield back.
Thank you.
Yes,
the
this is
applicant.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
Paxton Singleton again, and here to address any other comments that may, or questions that we may need to address from the commission.
We will ask. At this time, are there any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
This is Commissioner Thomas. Did I hear the Dollar General representative state that we're putting in 16 feet?
16 feet?
So yes, Commissioner. So we use the term gondola, which is the shelving structure that we add in. So the length of the shelving structure is 16 feet. Half of it is refrigerated. The refrigerated has salads, lettuce, cucumbers. It has apples. It has grapes.
Yes, I'm aware of your information that you're providing to this commission. Did you state that your prices are to a local grocer?
Correct.
That's not what I found when I'm in there. And, because in my opinion, just one that does frequent there and grocery stores, sometimes I find, and I'm in real estate investment, that sometimes Dollar Generals do come to neighborhoods, and for some reason or another, that's, numbers above me. It does, as the opposition stated, kind of push out the larger chains. And it seems to me these Dollar Generals are popping up because there is a food desert. So I just don't want to mislead this commission in thinking that, we're popping up like a grocery store with a Dollar General, because that is not the case. I'm frequent in there. So is my family. So yeah, 16 feet of fresh produce. Nah. Like you said, that's flash frozen, which I don't think that's CDC guidelines of healthy foods. I just want to correct some things because I don't want that to be given out to this commission as fact.
Should I respond or?
Yeah, I'm eager to because I'm a very big advocate for fresh and healthy foods and herbs and natural healing and things of that nature. So I just want to make sure that we're not misleading this commission and information.
Got it. Well, I appreciate that. It's actually the CDC, Dr. Heidi Blank, that highlighted to me that the nutritional value of flash frozen vegetables and fruit is better. It's equal to or better than anything you buy on the shelf because it ripens on the vine and not on the truck. And so I've had that fact repeated in by several dietitians and nutritionists. But the good news in this, it should be, is that we are providing produce in this store. We just started the process today with the reopening of our store. over on Springer Boulevard. And I hope you can see it there, see for yourself. We don't drive grocery out. It's a whole different business model that they have. And it's much more complicated than just a dollar store in particular, and Dollar General specifically, that they do.
All of a sudden, the representative for the Dollar General has muted. So
No, I didn't do that, actually, Commissioner.
yeah, I just wanted to make sure you knew you were cut off. So you were saying.
So sorry, I lost the point there at the end.
I think you were saying it's a little more difficult than just the economics of a grocery versus a dollar type
certainly
business model.
Certainly the grocery business model, and please don't, yeah, I know you won't take my word for it. Please, hopefully you have all reached out to the grocery stores that you anticipate or would like in that neighborhood. Be interested to know if there has been any indication from them that this was something that they would invest in. I see it throughout the country, and it's just it's not a zero-sum game between the dollar stores and the grocery stores where it's very convenient to be thinking that way.
Thank you for that answer. Commissioner Thomas, does that conclude your question and comments that you had?
As well as I guess we can. Yes.
I understand. Are there any other comments or questions by the commissioners or the applicant?
Commissioner, Chair, I have several comments to make to the applicant.
Okay.
So well, 90%. I live south of I-30 and south of 630, and 90% of the Dollar Generals that I have experienced and I have been in, when they're built, they look very nice, and then 6 months to a year, the curb appeal goes down, and it becomes an eyesore in the community. That's one. Number two, the stores are overstocked, and there's no walkways inside the stores. They're understaffed, and they become a big problem due to the type of products that are in the store. So with those reasons, I will definitely be in denial of this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Are there any other?
I think Commissioner McDonald had her hand up and wanted to speak on this matter.
Yes, that's what we were just about to ask. Commissioner McDonald.
Yes, I do have a question. As far as for the applicant, could you kind of give us an idea of the ratio of healthy foods versus unhealthy foods that's going to be in this establishment, and how that compares to actual grocery stores with their ratio of fresh produce versus processed food and other items?
So I don't have that answer, ma'am. I've not looked at the square footage, but you probably know that everything that's sold in a Dollar General is also sold in a grocery store. And we have significantly less potato chips than they would have the entire aisle, at least the grocery store that I go to. It is a mix of things that people want to buy, and we give people the opportunity to eat healthy. We've actually partnered with a nutritionist who now has recipes online for us that are healthy meals that are convenient, cost-effective, and can be sourced at a Dollar General. Similarly, we've leveraged the nutritionist to help us create a dietary standard that we can articulate what is a better for you item. We've taken that and used that to address our assortment and our buying. And so our marketing department will now be able to go through and highlight the better for you alternative which the one that has less sugar, less salt, and fits within the dietary standard. The good news that it's done is that it has also informed our buyers on how to buy and create more better foods, better for you in the store. But yes, we have things that are not healthy for you, but so does every grocery store. I fully expect we have a whole lot more healthy food than a drugstore would, a convenience store. So the comparison, I think, is interesting, but if no grocery store is coming to the community, is it relevant?
If Commissioner McDonald has her question answered, I wanted to make a quick comment.
Great, please do.
Yes, that was all.
Because this commission is charged with considering the health and safety and welfare of our city, I wanted to make a note for the record, particularly because we received written opposition concerning access to healthy food. And because the report that we're receiving from the staff indicates that there's a full service grocery store, noting that Target is within 1 mile of walking distance of this area. And I just want to note that although the Target is within 1.1 miles of this proposed development, it is a 26-minute walk via 10th Street down University, past 2 hotels, an underpass, and several commercial businesses. And I'm not sure how much of that is covered by sidewalks. So if a young person, like was described by, I forget the gentleman's name who spoke in opposition, needed to leave his community to walk to the Target to buy fresh foods, that would be an hour-long walk. And so Target is probably not the most viable option for those who are speaking in opposition and concerned about a food desert, particularly for low-income young people who need to walk to get, as we heard today, laundry detergent and food. And I do just want to express and echo the concerns of the food desert and the dollar stores, the saturation of dollar stores, and we should be looking more to a Kroger or a real grocery store that would have an option of providing more than 16 feet of frozen food and vegetables for this particular area, whose only option is to walk 30 minutes one way down University Avenue to access what is not a full service grocery store. Target is a box retailer with a small grocery section that contains their focus is not grocery stores and healthy food options. No, no disrespect to Target, but they don't build themselves as a full service grocery store. They electronics, clothing, household, I mean, you name it. So that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Are there any other questions or comments for the applicant by the commissioners? Hearing none, I have 3 questions for the representative for Dollar General, Mr. Brophy, I believe. First question, sir, is are you a Arkansas resident or are you a regional representative for Dollar General?
Sir, I'm a resident of Tennessee where we're headquartered, so that is.
Okay, thank you. Second question, how many employees we all have in the store at any one time?
The average number is 8 to 10, so I can only go with the average number. I believe this is so I think this is a reasonable, that's a good estimation, 8 to 10.
On the floor, employed all at the same time, or is that?
No, throughout the hours of service.
So for 1 hour of work, how many employees are usually staffed in a Dollar General at any one time?
I can get that back to you. It varies on what's going on within the box.
Okay, that's fine. Last question I had was, do y'all plan on applying for an alcohol permit to sell alcohol through this venue?
I don't know off the top of my head. Typically, so I can speak to just the general rule, is that if we are prohibited because we're close to a school or a church, we obviously don't do it in that instance. Otherwise, if there are other retailers selling alcohol near us, we want to be in that game as well.
Okay, thank you. I do not have any other questions. If any other commissioners do not either, I think it would be appropriate for a motion at this time.
I move for the approval of item Z 9640, including all staff comments and conditions.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's been a second. May we have a roll call vote, please?
Benton,
No.
Brooks,
No.
Hart,
Yes.
Haynes.
No.
Was that a no vote?
No.
Mr. Haynes?
No, okay.
No.
Hodge,
No.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
No.
Thomas,
No.
Vickers,
Commissioner Vickers, we didn't hear you.
No.
and Vogel.
No.
Motion fails 2-8.
Thank you. I think we now are on to item F. May we hear the reading of item F by the staff?
Item F, file number Z 9642. This is the Splash Car Wash PDC located at 18021 Cantrell Road. The applicant proposes to rezone this 3.27 acre property located at 18,021 Cantrell Road from R2 Single Family District to PDC Planned District Commercial to allow a two-phase development of a full-service automated splash car wash facility. The property is located along the south side of Cantrell Road, just west of Shannon Show Boulevard. Phase one of the proposed development includes construction of a 6,080 square foot main automated car wash tunnel building centrally located on the property. The single-story building will have a height of approximately 24 feet. Phase one also includes the construction of an open-air canopy structure approximately 12 feet in height, located approximately 10 feet to the north of the main building. The canopy structure will be located over the drive-through point-of-service system kiosks. Phase two of the proposed development includes construction of an enclosed detail tunnel building south of the Phase one building with associated access drives. The proposed Phase two building will be located over 40 feet from the south or rear property line and over 90 feet from the east and west side property lines. A driveway accessing the east and west ends of the detail building will extend from the Phase one parking and driveway area. The applicant is proposing a new 3-lane, 37-foot wide drive connecting to Cantrell Road at the northwest corner of the property. The proposed drive narrows to 27 feet and provides access to the canopied vacuum stall area and payment kiosk area and the main automated car wash tunnel. The internal access drive circles centrally around the building with opposing traffic flow lanes, allowing entry and egress to the buildings and parking areas. Staff does not support the proposed PDC zoning. Staff does not consider the proposed use appropriate based on the city's future land use plan designation of suburban office. The proposed commercial use is a C4 type or heavy commercial use. The suburban office designation is to serve as a transition from the commercial area to the east and from Cantrell Road to the residential properties to the south and west. When the property immediately to the east was Zone C3, a 50-foot wide enhanced buffer was provided along that property's west property line. The buffer provided a distinct dividing line between the commercial zoning at the intersection of Cantrell Road and Shannon Show Boulevard and the properties to the west, including the subject property. Staff believes the commercial zoning in this immediate area should not extend any further to the west. Staff does recommend denial of the requested PDC zoning.
Thank you. May we offer the applicant the opportunity to speak or defer their time? This is a new item, so they'll get 20 minutes along with the opposition. If the applicant can be unmuted, they can.
Mr. Chairman, this is Baker Curris. I'm the attorney for the applicant, and we will defer our time until after hearing from the opposition, please.
Understand. As we have done in this meeting, if you will please raise your hand virtually, we will start with the opposition and their comments.
John Blakeney.
John Blakely? Blakeney?
Hi, yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My sister and I are the survivors of Eleanor Karam, who own the property that's we're referring to the east. That's been zoned generously by the city to C3. And it is currently in a charitable trust with the University of Arkansas and Hendrix College. Our plans are to look for a very appropriate type development. Even though you were generous enough to give us C3, we're not going to take advantage of what possibly could be put on there. We want to do something nice. We recognize this area of Cantrell Road is really special. It's been in our family for 60 years or so. We want to keep it beautiful out there. And we were blessed when Bank OZK came in across the street, making the corner probably one of the prettiest areas in Little Rock. So we're going to be pretty slow footing whatever we do until a really nice development opportunity comes. And the idea of a splash car wash being basically overzoned immediately to the west of that is scary. I mean, if you're familiar with the splash at Markham and Shackelford, it's one of the ugliest corners in West Little Rock. And we've already got a car wash going in now across from Walmart that's almost completed. And about 1.5 miles down the road to the east, there's another functional car wash. So we really don't need a car wash, and it's ugly and contrary to any kind of zoning that you guys can think of. So on that note, I'll be quiet, but appreciate your voting no and disapproving this project.
Thank you, sir. If there is any other opposition, we'll continue. There's no other opposition in the room. So at this time, applicant, would you like to have your turn? Baker Curris.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay, applicant, sorry, you were muted. We just unmuted you.
Thank you. I am Baker Curris. I'm the attorney for the applicant. And with me with the applicant is several people that I want you to hear from. I don't want you to sit here and hear from the lawyer all the time. Bradford Gaines, the landscape architect with Collier's Realty. He's going to describe this project and how it came about. And also with me is Mr. Paul Stagg, who is the president, chairman, and owner of Splash Car Wash. We were not aware of the objection which was just raised. We'll address it in a way. There is a letter in your file, the only objection that we were aware of from the landowner to the south. And I wanted to address that briefly, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Gaines to go forward with a description of the project and how it came about. Then we're going to run a short video, take about a minute, and then Mr. Stagg is going to tell you a little bit more about his company and how he hopes to enhance the value of the land out there and provide a service to our community. Let me just tell you that the application doesn't have staff support, so I want to be very careful at the end of this hearing when we ask for your vote that you approve the project in every way except for the staff's recommendation of denial. I hope that's perfectly clear. The one letter that you may have seen in your file is from objectors who live adjacent to the property to the south. They have objected to this, and their attorney has written you a letter objecting. I want to be sure that you understand that that objection comes from someone who's also marketing their property and is also the one who sold this tract the current owner. Family, the Harris, owned this property. They sold it to the current owner, who now has it under contract to Mr. Stagg. And they are now objecting, but it's interesting to note that their property is for sale. And I've given some exhibits to you all that I hope you have been able to see, but I can tell you that they are marketing their property adjacent to this to the immediate south for $12 a square foot. And I know you all know that that particular person who's objecting while marketing their property at $12 a square foot doesn't have any long-term interest in residing there. And certainly anybody who pays $12 per square foot for a tract of 1.75 acres will not be able to develop that property in an office capacity. Office land in that area tops out about $6 a square foot. I am going to take the opportunity before I turn it over to Mr. Gaines to address the objection that just came with respect to land use, and we'll get back to that. It is true, perhaps, that they don't intend to use the C3 zoning that they have, but that's there, it's available, and I don't know if the property's in a trust. I don't know who controls that trust, but it is interesting to note that this property is zone C3. We're not asking for C4 zoning nor C3 zoning. This is an application for land development commercial. And Mr. Gaines is going to give you a bit of history about this, about the cooperative nature of this planned development. Mr. Gaines began to talk to staff about this at the pre-development stage, and I have to compliment staff because they assisted Mr. Gaines very cooperatively in a very engaged manner to come up with a project that is very, very nice. And it's ironic now that staff doesn't support that project. Perhaps they withdrew their support, or they certainly didn't tell Mr. Gaines anything about their lack of support until after that objection letter that I just referenced was given. So now let me turn it over to Mr. Bradford Gaines, a landscape architect, who will describe the project in greater detail.
Yeah, thank you, Baker. Really appreciate the opportunity to explain this really nice project. Our firm at Colliers has been helping the Stagg family and Splash Car Wash develop multiple locations for their new prototype across the state. The Stagg family has recently moved to Little Rock, and we're opening the first splash at Chenal at the former trampoline park, a first-class facility. This project is going to be an additional facility that's really going to help bring great clientele for people that live along Highway 10. It's really going to be a good use for the project. This is a first-class design of a building. We've taken models we've looked at in Europe, and so we have real high-end materials on this. And I just kind of want to go through, when we originally started exploring this site, I met with staff back in September and asked them, should I go through a straight rezone process or PCD? I was encouraged to explore a PCD process. I even met with RDOT, Mr. Corey Sutton, and gained approval to tie in at the traffic light on Highway 10. And so as we kind of went back and forth through staff comments, we were under the impression that this was a great project. We had a lot of buffer along the frontage. We also had 50 feet of buffer in the rear with a lot of heritage trees. I believe we have 11 heritage trees that we're saving and preserving. So it's a large site, and we're not impacting the entire site from edge to edge. To Baker's point, when we received the letter from the resident to the south, at that time we were notified that staff was not going to be in support of the project, and that's kind of the history that we've had. So we're asking for support of this first-class project. We feel like we've achieved buffers, and we've worked with staff and tried to address all of the needs on that effort. And I really, before I introduce Mr. Stagg, I want to play a quick video that'll give you a little more flavor for how involved in the community the Splash Car Wash team is. So,
Can you just give us 1 second while we cue that up? I think it's ready. Applicant, are you all ready for us to start
Yes,
the
go
video?
ahead and play that. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to restart it. The volume was not on, so our apologies. We've stopped the clock, just so you all know, for this.
It's 1 minute, so I think we're in good shape. Thank you for letting us share that video. I'll now introduce Mr. Paul Stagg, and he just wants to give a little bit of info about the company and the culture.
Yeah. Thank you. I've been in the car wash business for about 30 years. My family has. And first of all, let me say that the car wash that was referenced earlier on Shackelford and Markham, that's not our car wash. I think a lot of people think that all the splashes are one company, but they're not. We're Splash, but there are other companies that use the name that are not affiliated with us in any way. So we have 200 employees. We will add another 100 employees this next year. Our culture is everything to us. We pay really good wages, so we want to build state-of-the-art car washes. We travel to Europe, we travel all over the U.S., and I want to bring that technology and that experience to Arkansas. You may have seen the video, the EV charging stations. We'll have 2 of those. So this is not, what you've seen a lot of in the past in the way of car washing.
Thank you, Mr. Stagg. This is Baker again. I'm going to go back just a little bit. I want to make sure of one thing, and that is that you understand that the objections to this by the neighbor to the south are not well-founded. And if that was the cause of staff's lack of support, I regret that had happened, because staff was a vital part of the planning of this project. And the project, as Mr. Gaines has said, is adequately buffered. It saves existing trees, which is something Mr. Gaines learned to do when he was one of the prime architects of Woodland's Edge. I've worked with him in the past, and he has a penchant for beautiful, well-planned developments. This development accesses a major highway, an arterial street at a signalized location. It provides a service that is desired. One of the objectors seemed to indicate that there were too many car washes out there. Mr. Stagg is not in the business of building car washes where he doesn't think that they will be successful. That's actually not a good grounds for an objection. I think the land use is the key. But I do want to, just to overcome that objection a little bit further, I think it's important for you to know that the party that filed the objection letter that's in your file also in 2005, when they sold this land to its current owner, they said, quote, neither, and it's part of their contract, I have it and it's in your package as Exhibit F, neither sellers nor their immediate families shall contest or encourage others to contest such attempts to change the zoning classification. So I hope if that happened to be the source of staff's reluctance to support the project, which they participated in putting together, that we have at least dampened that lack of support. I want to turn now to the land use map, which is obviously you have this land use map as well as I do. And I want to address as part of that the concern that was expressed by, is it Mr. Blakey or Blakely? I couldn't hear very well when he said that. It's important to note that PCD exists across the street. The project that he bragged about is a PCD. This is a PCD. It will only be used for the purposes for which you authorize, and that is a car wash. It's not upzoning in the sense that it's C4 and no telling what might show up a little bit later. This is a planned development commercial, which will only be used for a very specific purpose with a very specific plan that in truth is adequately buffered, it's wooded, and it also is provides a great service to the community where it's necessary with no traffic impacts except positive impacts at a traffic signal that already exists. And just to the west of this property is additional PCD on the same side of the road. Catty corner to this property across the street is C3 zoning. C3 zoning, not PCD or PD-C, but commercial zoning across the street. There are at least 4 planned commercial developments within a stone's throw of this particular development, and more as you go further down the road. You've also just approved a similar land use change at Rummel Road, which I think is important to consider. And you might likewise recall in the context of that conversation that Taziki's, which is across the street and it's in fairly close proximity to this location, was on the land use plan as suburban office. You've noted also in some of the other items on today's agenda the fact that office zoning is in large and great supply, but yet it's being changed in this area. That's because the land use plan is old. It was probably well done when it was done. Offices are no longer necessary to the same extent. In fact, we have office space in our city already constructed and large amounts are vacant. And you could all remember some of the downtown office buildings, everything from 1111 West Capitol all the way down the street until you get to the interstate. There are office spaces available. And what people need now where they live and in growth areas are services. And this is a service. It's a service. I don't know about you, but you should have seen my car after the latest storm that we had with all the sleet. I want to say a couple other things. And one, thank you for your patience. And I know you're quick on the uptake, so I'm not going to repeat myself. But I will say this, Mr. Gaines and Mr. Staggs have cooperated with the city to put together a project which has merit. It has value. It's well planned. The city was a part of that. The objections seem not to be if one is disingenuous at best in the sense that the objector seeks to sell their property for commercial prices and also is objecting after once committing in 2005 not to object to commercial development. I think that objection goes away. The one from the gentleman who has rezoned his property as C3 seems likewise to be perhaps misplaced. This tract, if it's zoned, if it's approved to be a PCD, is bordered to the rear by office zoning. Beyond that is multifamily zoning. It's a pretty good textbook example of high zoning or higher uses on a major arterial street, which are slowly, progressively stepped down as you move away from that street. So I think this project has great merit. It would be a credit to our city, and we ask that you approve it as subject to all the staff recommendations, except for their recommendation of disapproval. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, applicant. Commissioners, do y'all have any comments or questions for the applicant?
I got a question for staff. Staff, what was the reason you guys changed? You guys worked with Mr. Gaines to put together the project, but then the last minute change for staff approval. What was the reason behind that?
Mr. Haynes, there was never a change in a staff recommendation.
Okay.
We review all applications the same. We review them all in a positive manner. We work with applicants when we review items like this that have site plans attached to them. We make suggestions as to how things might change. They may change something to make it a better plan. Never is a staff recommendation given during our review, and the staff recommendation is not made public until you, as the commission, have your agenda sent to you. So there was never a staff recommendation of approval given to the applicant, and that changed.
Okay, that's my question.
Chair, if I may, if I can
Yes, sir,
add
Mr.
with that, Mr. Moore is correct. I think what Mr. Curris and Mr. Gaines was referencing is there was we do meet with developers on a preliminary basis to get staff's initial feel about how development could happen in the area and what would be our potential for support for a project. That meeting did occur. We did look at it. And in general, that area, and as explained by Mr. Curris, there is a line that is changing between what is needed in an area based on office and commercial, but there was existing residential there. And we had already zoned a property on the corner and put an open space there. And so we did talk about what could happen, but at that time, we have not heard from any adjacent property owners just yet in any public forum. And so that was discussed initially, but unless that property has been rezoned and there's been comments made on the property, either through a process of a planning commission hearing and a board hearing and other neighborhood comments, we may not have heard from neighborhood areas or adjacent property owners as of yet. And we always do want to be positive in development of land, but we also want to make sure that we hear adjacent property owners or neighborhoods during that review process. So there was a preliminary meeting. And so I just want to make that point out that developers do come in and they did meet, and we did have a positive discussion on what potentially could go in that location.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant from the commission? Hearing none, I think a motion would be in order, as long as it's in the affirmative.
I move for the approval of item Z9642, including all staff comments and conditions except the recommendation of denial.
Second.
We have a roll call vote, please.
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks, Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Recuse.
Motion passes with 9 yes votes.
Okay, we had 2 items from the consent agenda that were Move to the regular agenda. Item 9 was the first one that we had opposition against, and item 21 was the second. So I guess we'll start with a staff reading of number 9. Before the staff reads, did somebody say something? Sorry.
Mayor, I think that was one of the commissioners just.
Okay, sorry. I thought I heard something. So before we start with the reading, can we do like we've done on the last few items and ask if there's anybody in opposition still in the attending chat room? And if there is, can you please raise your hand in opposition to item 9 at this time, please?
Item 9 is the Chenal Valley Tract 9 revised preliminary plat. It's a single-family residential plat west of the Chenal Parkway Rawling Road intersection.
So if anybody is in the attendee chat area in opposition, please raise your hand at this time. We're not getting any opposition to raise their hand at this time, so may we have a staff reading, please?
Mr. Chair, unless anyone has any objection, I'll go straight to staff recommendations since it was on consent agenda.
Please.
Staff recommends approval of the proposed revised preliminary plat and associated variances, subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis of the agenda staff report.
With that reading, may we have a motion?
I move for the approval of item S 1885A, including all staff comments and conditions.
A second.
Roll call vote, please.
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We're on to item number 21. As asked previously, if there is any opposition to this item in the attendee chat area, will you please raise your hand so we will know? There is opposition. So at this time, we'll hear the reading and then ask the applicant if they would like to.
Item 21, file number Z 9656 is a Midtown Premium Properties LLC PRD located at 3501 Kavanaugh Boulevard. The applicant is requesting to rezone this property from R4 duplex zoning to PRD to allow use of an existing 1,918 square foot two-story duplex. In addition, the applicant proposes to remodel an existing one-story 786 square foot garage, which will create a third residential unit on the property. The applicant notes that there will be no exterior changes to the existing footprints of the duplex and the garage. The city's zoning ordinance would typically require 4 off-street parking spaces for this proposed use. There's no on-street parking allowed along Kavanaugh Boulevard. However, on-street parking is allowed along both sides of J Street. Staff believes the on-street parking will be sufficient enough for this use, as there is currently no on-site parking for the existing duplex. Staff is supportive of the proposed PRD to allow 3 residential units on this property located at 3501 Kavanaugh. Staff views the request as reasonable. The proposed use of the property for 3 residential units would be only a minor increase in the current duplex zoning allowance for this property. There are other multi-unit residential properties in this general area, including across J Street to the south. Staff believes the proposed third residential unit on the property will have no adverse impact on the surrounding properties. Staff recommends approval of the requested PRD zoning subject to compliance with the comments and conditions outlined in paragraphs D and E and the staff analysis in the agenda staff report.
Thank you. Can we unmute the applicant, please?
Good evening.
Applicant, can you hear us? Excuse me, I was talking, sorry. Okay, thank you. As customary, you have 20 minutes, and so will the opposition. You can choose to defer your time at this time or speak on behalf of your application.
I would like to defer to accurately understand the opposition's point of view.
Understand? May we have the applicant or the opposition please raise their hand, and we will start unmuting them. Okay, the first one is a phone call. We don't know the names, so if you were on the phone, I think Mr. Collins, many hours ago, explained what to do.
Yeah, you need to hit *3 to unmute. I think they did that. So when you start to speak, please state your name and address as possible. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Brian Lynch. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm Brian Lynch. I live at 5224 I Street.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir, with your opposition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hate to use the term opposition. I certainly appreciate the applicant's desire to do something with the property. And I just want to give a hand to you guys before we talk about our opposition. Gosh, you're just an amazing group of people to do this kind of work. It's thankless and tough, and I feel like a fly on the wall when I hear the talk about the big projects that have been discussed tonight. So thanks for everything you're doing for this city. Really appreciate it. And a shout out to the sign language folks who are working really hard. I'll try to make this brief. You know, I know you guys are experts at what you do, and I'm kind of an expert too when it comes to I Street. I've been here 25 years, 26 years now. You know, they say if a person's an expert, they're 10,000 hours of experience. Well, I've got more than 10,000 hours of experience on I Street. And what this boils down to, and I think the concerns of all the neighbors here, is what we call the march of the PRDs. If you look at the zoning map, you see there are R4 all along Kavanaugh and wrapping around Evergreen. And those are all duplexes. And then you see the PRDs there for the properties that encompass half of the I Street, J Street block. That includes the 8-plex, the 4-plex, and the properties on Kavanaugh that have been empty now for several years. Those properties, all of the properties that are part of that cluster, I've watched them for years and years, up close. I've walked by them hundreds of times. I monitor them carefully, and I've watched the fundamental difference between all of those properties and all of the R2 properties that represent, as you progress southward on that block. The fundamental difference is the R2 properties, the yards are cut, the houses are painted, the roofs are good, the properties are not junked up, they're well maintained, and they continue to improve. And what I see on the other properties is a continuous process of abandonment and decay and inattention, and really a kind of a misuse. There's a transient population. There's cars coming and going. People, we don't know who the neighbors are. They're only here a month or 2 or 6 months, and they come and go, and we don't develop a sense of community with them. The commission some years ago opposed a planned development of a 12-plex here on I Street. You may recall that. That was going to be 2 houses down from my house. Well, the commission opposed that, and it was ultimately defeated. And I was a part of that process of helping inform that. And what was put in place of that 12-plex was a very beautiful single-family residence, which has been continuously occupied, and it's occupied today. Right next door to that was a house that had been in distress for 10 years that was taken over by someone, and they've redone that house and made it very beautiful. Same thing across the street on the corner. Same thing next door to this property that we're talking about tonight. These are all single-family residences that have been maintained and improved continuously for the past 25 years. And it's true up and down the street, whether it's this $500,000 house that was put in 2 houses down, or whether it's a starter home across the street that Mr. Greenwood lives in. But in every case, the R2 houses are well maintained and they represent a solid neighborhood. And the R4 duplexes, same thing. The ones that are duplex designed, duplex built, have been occupied by good neighbors. But this home that's going to be supposedly turned into a triplex, we just have deep concerns that it's neither fish nor fowl. It really wasn't built to be a duplex, and it seems odd that you would want to turn a garage into a residence. There's a garage door faces J Street, and it's odd that there are two stoops on the north side. Looks like two entrances, but I'm taking it on face value that it's going to be a single residence. But there's just a lot about it that it gives us cause for pause, because it doesn't seem to fit the idea of a duplex, much less a triplex. I guess underneath the partial walk-in crawl space is going to get converted to be the third apartment, I assume. I don't know, but there's just so much about it that just doesn't seem to work, and it doesn't seem to reflect the character of the neighborhood, and it doesn't seem good for the neighborhood. And I would say finally, the comments were made by the there at the beginning that there's no on-street parking allowed on Kavanaugh. Well, I hate to burst your bubble, but everybody that lives in those duplexes along Kavanaugh regularly parks their automobiles on Kavanaugh, and that's a daily occurrence. So, the idea that people can park on J Street, it's already crowded there from the access to those, the 8-plex that's there and the 4-plex. And I know that, you guys make an effort to sustain, requirements and regulations for how things will be landscaped and how they'll be taken care of. Once again, there's that promise, but now here we are 8 years later on that 4-plex right across the street from this. It was subject to all these rules and controls, and the place looks terrible. The landscaping's been cut down. The trees that they put in were all cut down. It's dirty and disheveled, and it just doesn't look good. And that's just what we're afraid is going to happen with this place being turned into a triplex. So that's my concern. Now, there are other neighbors who have other concerns, but I can tell you that every neighbor living in an R2 residence in this area that I've spoken with is opposed to this as a triplex. We're not opposed to it as an R4 duplex. That's what it's zoned for. We're just asking for you to keep it zoned as is and to make the property do what it's designed to do, which is at most a duplex. And that's my concern.
You're very kind and to thank us. We thank you for your patience. Is there any other opposition at this time?
I'm not sure if you can still hear me. I know Bart McKnight, who is my neighbor, he had raised his hand, and I think his name had then gotten shoved into one of the other agendas accidentally, but I'm sure Bart wants to speak to this. I know he was on the phone with me just a few minutes ago and thought he was in line, so I'm not sure where he is at the moment.
I might be unmuted. Can you guys?
You are, yes.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Okay, well, we'll let one of y'all speak. We'll let Bart have the floor now, so thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Keith, and thank you all. He did such a good job explaining that, and I've lived here about 20 years as well, that I don't have just tons to offer on that, except I didn't know if one of the things is, when he tried to describe the garage a little bit. This isn't something that's 2 stories or it's literally just a small garage. And I took a couple pictures of it, but I don't know how to share those. So, picture paints 1,000 words. And it also, it kind of came into my mind talking about the parking. The garage is obviously where the people that would live in that house are supposed to park. And so that would be its parking. And lastly, I think when you're turning off Kavanaugh there, it gets really tight, and it's hard to make that turn west onto J Street. And with all the church traffic, and you have the school across the street, and you have Holy Souls west of Kavanaugh as well, and you get quite a bit of traffic through there, and it gets really tight and congested already, and making that turn is kind of difficult. A lot of cars come up through there on their way to work and that sort of thing. So I just appreciate you taking these things into consideration. If there's a way I
Thank you.
can share this picture, I can't quite figure out how to share on this.
We do not have the share feature turned on for fear of what could be shared. So,
I feel you.
you know, you might want to email it to the commissioners if you have that email address handy, but I think that would probably be the quickest method, but may not be effective at this moment in the juncture. Are there any other members in opposition at this time in the waiting area? Thank you all both for being so patient and waiting to speak your opposition. We will now let the applicant have their turn to rebut.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. So I'd like to start by thanking both Brian and Bart for their perspective. Certainly appreciate that and definitely want the input of the community and everything that we do. There's a couple of key points that I want to address, such as, Bart mentioned that it's a small garage and a picture paints 1,000 words. And that's true. That's very true. And so to that point, I would like to encourage all the all the objections, and also the commissioners to look at dogwoodhomesar.com. We are the general contractors that are remodeling this property, and so I would like to invite you to look at the quality of work that we produce and allow that to influence your opinion. The other thing that I wanted to address is, this property currently is a duplex with a detached garage. As a duplex, that detached garage now doesn't serve as much of a purpose. So what we are proposing is to take this existing structure. We're not expanding the footprint. We're not going up 2 stories. We're just taking the existing structure and we're turning it into a small apartment that a single mom or a college student or someone else could afford to live in and have a decent neighborhood and decent access to the highway, decent access to amenities. So I know there's some concern about property decay and turnover and neglect, and I hear those concerns and I understand them. But what I want to really impress upon everyone is that we are not slumlords. We do not do crap work. And urban infill is a very important consideration for every growing city, which Little Rock certainly is. So I feel like in the next, if not now, certainly in the next 5 years, we're really going to have to consider how do we make better use of the areas that we have. Currently, as a duplex with a detached garage, that structure, that detached garage serves very little purpose on its own. You can add it as an amenity to one of those 2 units and maybe increase your rents by 100, 150 bucks, maybe. Or you can provide a solution, a housing solution, a nice quality housing solution in a nice quality part of town. And that's what we're really trying to do. And so I really want, and then also to address the parking, I personally took my 100-foot tape measure and measured from the edge of the curb of that garage that we're proposing be converted to the edge of the sidewalk. There is 90 feet. We could park 9 cars there. The street itself is 27 feet wide. The apartment building or the fourplex or the eightplex, I'm not sure which it is, but directly across J Street has garage access. There's absolutely no impediment to traffic, even if we lined 9 cars up on J Street, either for people turning west onto J Street or for people exiting the garage. So I don't feel like that's a valid concern. And then also, there's a concern about R2 versus multifamily. This is already a multifamily neighborhood. There's an apartment building across the street. And I understand that, there's a certain level of quality control when you can keep everything R2. But this is not an R2 neighborhood. It's already multifamily. What we are proposing does not detract. I think it actually adds value. And so with that, I would like to close my comments, and I'm certainly open to any rebuttal or staff comments.
Thank you, sir, for that, and your patience as well, waiting till the end of this meeting. At this time, do any commissioners have any questions or comments for the applicant? Okay.
I would just like to ask a question about the current, what does the structure currently look like at this time, and what is, and I ask this because I already know. I just wanted to kind of highlight the fact that the structure was uninhabitable. So to see this type of redevelopment, I think is key, because at the time when that structure was on the market, you couldn't even go in it. It was unsafe to go in. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Sure, yes. So to answer your question, currently, there is a main, I assume it used to be a single family residence, but it has now been converted prior to our influence to a duplex that fronts Kavanaugh on the corner of J Street. And then when you turn off of Kavanaugh, heading west on J Street, at the end of the property is a detached garage that starts approximately 95-ish feet from the Kavanaugh frontage. And so the existing property that is uninhabitable is a duplex, zoned as a duplex, all of that. The detached garage is just a garage. Does that answer?
Yes, it answers my question.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. Any other questions or comments from commissioners?
Yeah, Chairman,
Chair,
this is Commissioner
I have-
Vickers. Real quick, um, I understand the oppositions here, but I did get a chance to look at the Dogwood website. They do reputable work. I see they have a lot of experience, and they just kind of specialize in this type of developments, if you will, or rehabs. I guess with that being said, my only thing is I think it could be a good thing and add value to the community, and valuations could even go up. But I was just looking at the time frames of operations, like operating in the evenings or after hours. Uh, would the developer kind of adhere to the neighbors on that type of work if need be?
Yes, absolutely. That's a great question. I appreciate you bringing it up. And I want to be clear that this is not planned to be a short-term rental, Airbnb, VRBO, party house sort of thing. This is meant to be a long-term residential rental structure. So, or a mother-in-law suite or something along those lines. So this is something that we definitely want to be aware of the fact that, this neighborhood's a quiet neighborhood. It's a calm neighborhood. And we don't want to detract from that in any sort of way. So we want to be sensitive to whatever the community needs in our development, and we also want to add value to the community. We couldn't do what we do if we weren't adding value.
Thank you.
Chair, I have a statement if I can. Oh, I'm sorry.
Certainly. No, certainly.
I just want to add to that. Thank you, gentlemen, again for holding on so long. It sounds like to me that the gentlemen that are opposing are not really. I think they're more fearful of what the product will look like, the end result. So, is there anything to the applicant? Is there anything that you can give them, such as a rendering, that can kind of ease their fears? They're used to duplexes, but I think the triplex is what's bringing in the fear of the unknown. I think it's a great plan.
Yeah.
I think it's a great idea, but I think that's where they are. I might be just speaking for them, but from what
No,
I've
no,
heard.
absolutely. No, I understand the concern, certainly. I've had similar issues come up where you try to, build a two-story commercial project on the backside of a neighborhood and they see this monstrosity rising up and they're not quite sure what to make of it, but they don't want it in their backyard. So I certainly understand everyone's concern. I do not currently have that information in front of me that I could provide immediately, but I can certainly get it and certainly would be happy to provide it. What I can say is the footprint of the current detached garage is not changing. The elevations of the current existing structure are not changing. We're taking an existing structure as it is that currently does not serve a reasonable purpose, and we're giving it a higher purpose, a better purpose, without detracting from the neighborhood or making crazy cosmetic changes. But with all that being said, I absolutely would be happy to get those plans and provide them to anyone who would like to see them.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Hearing none, I think a motion would be in order.
I move for the approval of item Z 9656, including all staff comments and conditions.
Okay.
I think I heard a second. May we have a roll call vote?
Benton,
Yes.
Brooks, Commissioner Brooks,
Yes.
Hart,
Yes.
Haynes,
Yes.
Hodge,
Yes.
Latour,
Yeah, yes.
McDonald,
Yes.
Thomas,
Yes.
Vickers,
Yes.
and Vogel.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
With that vote, we have finished our agenda. However, we have not finished our business. So I think the last order of business for us tonight is to elect our officers of chair and vice chair for the calendar year. Is that correct? Okay, so at this time, I think it would be prudent to take nominations or a motion to nominate chair and vice chair.
This is Commissioner Cat Hodge, and I self-nominate for the position of chair.
Can you repeat that one more time, please?
I said, this is Commissioner Cat Hodge, and I self-nominate for the position of chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hodge. Any other?
This is Commissioner Tom. I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Thomas, and I nominate Derek Brooks as chair.
Great. Any other
No, this is
nomination?
Paul Latour. I nominate Robbie Vogel.
Thank you. Any other
Brooks,
nominations?
I nominate Robbie. I nominate Robbie for chair, please.
Thank you.
And this is Marlon Haynes, and I nominate Robbie Vogel for chair.
You just need to take nominations and then we'll do a vote.
Okay, so do we take nominations for vice chair now as well?
Just do chair first.
Okay.
And then we'll take a vote and then do vice chair.
Perfect. Are there any other nominations at this time? Okay, hearing none, we will take a vote on Commissioner Hodge, Commissioner Brooks, and Commissioner Vogel to become the chair for the year.
So if you have three nominees, when your name is called, just say which nominee you vote for.
Okay.
Benton?
Vogel. Vogel.
We did not hear that.
Vogel. Bobby.
Thank you.
Okay. Brooks? Commissioner Brooks?
I want to thank Commissioner Thomas. I'm gonna vote Vogel, please.
Hart?
Vogel.
Haynes?
Vogel.
Hodge?
Hodge.
Latour,
Vogel.
McDonald,
Hodge,
Thomas,
Brooks,
Vickers,
Hodge.
and Vogel.
Myself.
Commissioner Vogel is elected chair by 6 votes.
Thank you. May we take nominations for vice chair, please?
This
I
is
want to
Commissioner
nominate Dr.
Cat-
Benton for vice chair.
It's 8 o'clock.
We have a nomination for Dr. Betton. I think somebody else was making a nomination too.
This is Commissioner Cat Hodge, and I self-nominate for the position of vice chair.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for the vice chair role? Hearing none, we'll take a vote on the vice chair role.
Okay, there'll be a roll call vote. Two nominees are Benton and Hodge. Benton,
I vote for myself.
Brooks,
Benton,
Hart,
Benton,
Haynes,
Benton,
Hodge,
Hodge,
Latour,
Benton.
McDonald,
Hodge,
Thomas,
Benton,
Vickers,
Earl Benton.
Can you repeat that, Commissioner Vickers?
Mr. Harold Benton, please.
and Vogel.
Betton, please.
Dr. Benton is elected vice chair.
Thank you all so much for your dedication tonight. It means a lot, and I look forward to working with everybody. I think we've got a great team, and I think we can get a lot accomplished. So I sincerely appreciate all y'all's time and the patience. We'll let you go and enjoy dinner at some point. Take care. Thank y'all. Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.
Hey, James.
801.
Can I go home?
Good job, Bobby.
Thank y'all.